Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's Wednesday, 29th of November, 9 o'clock a.m. Can somebody help me? Can you hear me now? So perhaps I will use the other mic. We're sorry for this minor technical problem. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday, 29th of November, and 9 o'clock a.m. just passed. So now officially I can say that I welcome you at the 9th conference of the Cybersec and RODO in the health protection system. My name is Lidia Kornowska. I'm the leader of the AI Coalition. I hope that the weather didn't kept away most of our listeners, but we have also a lot of remote online listeners. Our conference is organized every year since 2019, and many experts in this area attend every conference, and they will be telling you about making use of data for medical and non-medical purposes. We will have the pleasure to listen to very good speakers, and we will see interesting presentations also from abroad. And now I'd like to welcome on the stage Mrs. Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka, Director of the Management Institute in the Health Protection System. Good morning, everybody. I'm a little bit playing the role of the host here, and we've been organizing this conference for 5 years, and we are hosted by the Łazarski University, and together with the whole team of organizers and also with you, we are connected with many projects designed to improve the health security. What else can be done if to improve the health system functioning if not proper managing of the data to show us what's the real scale of the problem and how to optimize this health protection system to increase the level of security. So safe data are the way to have safe citizens, and I believe that the whole day today will be devoted to explaining what could be done to avoid a loss of data that expose citizens, and without this data the system will not be able to function properly. So this is in the focus of attention of not only the Łazarski University but also all the rest of the health protection world. And that's very much, you see, good timing, because most of there is a lot of people who are staying at home because of the weather, and the Łazarski University launched also postgraduate studies in AI and use of artificial intelligence. Ligia, let me express my thanks to you for developing this program. So always in this place we can talk in an open way about most difficult issues related to cyber security and data in the health protection system. I believe that all these conversations will lead to very constructive conclusions. I wish you very fruitful discussions, a very satisfying day, and I do believe that the next events to happen in this area will be with our active participation. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. A teraz głos
Thank you very
oddaję
much,
Lidii
and
Kornowskiej, dyrektor zarządzającej Polskiej Federacji
I'd
Szpitali
like
oraz
to
liderce koalicji
give the
AI
floor to
Zdrowie.
Ligia Kornowska, the
Dziękuję bardzo.
leader of the AI coalition
Szanowni
in the
Państwo, jest
health.
mi
Ladies
niezwykle
and
miło
gentlemen,
powitać Państwa na
I'm very
piątej
happy
już
to
edycji
welcome you
Cybersec
at the
Zdrowie.
fifth
My
edition of the
zaczynaliśmy jako taka grupa
cybersecurity
pasjonatów
in the
ochrony
health
danych
protection
osobowych
system.
w
We are starting as
2017
a
roku, kiedy to
group of fans
powstał
of
pomysł
data
na
protection in the
zrealizowanie
health
stworzenia
protection system
pierwszego czy jednego
5
z
years
pierwszych w
ago
Europie
when
kodeksów
we
branżowych
were
RODO
working
dla
on one of the
dla
first
placówek medycznych. Wtedy też
GDPR
zaczęliśmy
codes
działać w
in
zakresie
the health
danych
protection
osobowych,
system.
promować
We
ochronę
were
danych osobowych
starting
w medycynie.
with
W 2018
developing protection of data in medicine. In 2019, we arranged for the first meeting, and we see that after 5 years, we are coming back to the Łazarski University, and the first editions were having place in this university. Then, due to the COVID pandemic, we needed to do this in a remote way. Now we are back, so Małgosia, thank you once more for coming back home with our conference. We've been operating all the time. There is more and more talking about data security in the health protection system. We see that in terms of cybernetic protection in the medicine, this is more and more burning problem in this health protection system, and there is more and more cyber attack. Of course, what we can improve immediately is cooperation and education of employees who use the IT systems. We can warn them not to use unknown links, and together with Polish Federation of Hospitals, we created a series of stickers for computers with some funny text reminding how to keep the cybersecurity. You should get these stickers during your registration. Sometimes looking at a slogan, let's say several dozens a time a day, could bring better effects than some training. Not always we take out home something from this training. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you for the autumn to the autumn conference of Polish hospitals on the 7th of December, and now I'd like a surprise to you after 5 years. However, I'd like to invite co-panelists to announce this surprise. I'd like to invite Mr. Krzysztof Król, Mr. Piotr Burzyk, Senior Manager from KPMG, and Mr. Paweł Kaźmierczyk, Senior Associate from the DZP Law Firm. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not keep you away from this surprise any longer, so I pass the floor to Krzysztof. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'd like to extend my thanks on behalf of President Nowak and I'd like to pass the best greetings from Mr. President and his Deputy President, and I have very good information for you. You've been waiting quite a long time for this information. The institution that I represent have the following announcement. Yesterday we passed the data for Polish hospitals. We have the final version of the Code of Conduct for Polish hospitals that increases the standard of personal data protection in hospitals, and we are ready to make a decision to approve this code and to pass the accreditation certificate for hospitals. So this is happening in the right time, because you know that our office must adhere to all the regulations. So this verbiage of the regulation is already agreed upon, and we expect that in December there will be a happy final of this work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is this true that this is one of the first codes of conduct for public institutions? And it means that hospitals could enter this club of those who use this code. Well, I believe that this is a very big success of the health protection community, and let me extend my congratulations on this. We've been talking a lot in the very beginning, so our conference room in our office were full, and we were very happy about this natural manner of the discussions we had, and there was a lot of discussion, and now we see the finish line, and this is an enormous success, and I'm sure it will be translated into security of the patients and security of all employees of the health protection system. So, Mr. Attorney, what does it mean in reality for medical entities? Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start from thanks, because this code of conduct was initiative that involved a lot of entities. We also had a lot of discussions with the Personal Data Protection Office. We were consulting these issues with the trade unions, with NGSs, and with the, in general, all medical community. And now the time is coming when we will be able to make some benefits from this code of conduct due to its final acceptance, because what benefits provided with it to medical entities? First of all, some certainty about interpretation, because one of the biggest benefits of this code is interpretation of provisions of this General Data Protection Regulation, and we'd like to include also our local medical legal regulation. It's based on the administrative decisions that were made in the meantime. So this way we will know that we are acting according to this approved interpretation, and undergoing monitoring according to requirements of the code gives us an opportunity to learn about all the obligations designed to provide personal data security. So this way we will be sure that we will be adhering to all procedures. We will be sure that all the steps that we've taken are sufficient in terms to protect the data in the light of the GDPR. And this also gives us a better sense of safety. And now, recently, we've learned that even the best protection systems could be broken, and in such a situation, adhering to the code could be additional argument if somebody would like to impose some penalties on us, because we can prove that we've done our best to provide the best possible level of security. And the last thing, application of this code of conduct will give to the medical entities also opportunity to build trust from the patients. Thank you very much. It's worth to mention that the Polish Federation of Hospitals is the coordinator and leader of the code, but in addition to us, there were many other entities There was a big
takie jak,
initiating
telemetryczna grupa robocza,
group, for example, the
Polska Izba
telematic
Informatyki
working
i Telekomunikacji,
group, Polish
Lewiatan,
Chamber
medycyna prywatna,
of
Porozumienie
IT,
Zielonogórskie, no i
Lewiatan,
oczywiście
the
Kancelaria BZP,
Zielonogórskie Porozumienie, and of
mocno
course
współpracowaliśmy.
your law firm
A
that
jak
we've
teraz
been
będzie wyglądać
cooperating very
monitorowanie,
closely.
czy
But
podmiot,
what
stosuje
about
się do,
monitoring now,
kodeksu i
whether
jak będzie
an
można się
entity
zgłosić, żeby być takim podmiotem
observes the
monitorowania?
provisions of the code? Piotr, could you please answer us? But let me also start from expressing my thanks, because this is a very special moment, and we should mention all those who were involved in the process. I'd like to extend my thanks to all authors of the code for their commitment and for invitation for being a monitoring entity. We'd like to extend our thanks to the office for very intensive cooperation. I'm very happy that we are coming out of the administration mode, and I believe that now this cooperation will be even more flexible. I'd like to extend my thanks also
Pozwolę sobie tutaj na tę chwilę prywatną. Dziękuję szefostwu mojej firmy.
to the management of my company. I'm sorry for using this private approach this way, that they trusted me and they believed in our project. And I'd like to extend my thanks to my team. Without you, we wouldn't be here today. That's about the future, and the moment is just the end of some phase, but actually it's only a beginning of something that's more exciting in all this project. I mean, opening of the way to obtain the certificates of adherence with the code. And actually we can talk about two paths here, in the meaning that this code will cover both public and private entities, and the procedure will be the same for both these types of entities. I mean, all these entities can apply to us for performing some initial audit by which we will confirm that a medical entity meets requirements of the code, and the further monitoring will be performed in a little bit different way depending on whether this is a public or private entity. For private entity, we will be this monitoring entity, and we will perform some cyclic verifications whether all these requirements are met, and monitoring of the public entities, or ensuring that the requirements are met, will be a role to be played by internal services of those entities. I believe that this is a very interesting solution that was proposed, and it was accepted by the office, that according to Polish regulations referring to the sector of public finance, also services of internal audit should be involved in this process according to the rules of the managerial information and all regulations related to providing conformity inside the organization,
My będziemy
or
teraz uruchamiać
the owner supervision
całą
will
akcję
be putting
informacyjną
in
i
action
te
all
szczegóły
this
związane z
information
składaniem
action
wniosku,
now,
z
and the
trybem
details
postępowania
related to
będą
submitting the
na naszych
application.
stronach
All these
internetowych.
details will be
Myślę, że już
available at our
strona
website,
Zdrowiu będzie
and I believe
te
that
informacje zamieszczała.
also the website
szczegóły
RODO
wkrótce będą
in
dostępne.
Health Service, RODO w
Oczywiście
Zdrowiu will
formalności
present all this
będą
information,
się,
but first
i
formalities
mamy nadzieję, że w
must be
najbliższych dniach, te decyzje i
met, and
certyfikaty
I hope that in the nearest day all these
będziemy
decisions and
uchwalić.
certificates
Będziemy
will
uchwalić
be approved, and then we will put in motion the process.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And it is just me that I would like to thank you for beautiful cooperation. I have, if we manage to see, this is our picture from 2018 when we started our work on the sector code. We got a little bit older, I think, some of us, but now I would like to ask our photographer who would capture both the past and the contemporary time.
Chyba się udało, super,
I think we've
bardzo
made it.
dziękuję
Thank you
jeszcze
very
raz,
much.
wspaniałe
Once again,
wieści
it
na
was good
jubileusz
news for
pięcioletni
the
naszej
jubilee of
konferencji
the fifth
i
anniversary
zapraszamy
of
do
our
kolejnych
conference,
wykładów
and we would
konferencji.
like to
Dziękuję
invite you
bardzo.
to listen to the lectures on our conference.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Jest
Thank you
to
very much.
faktycznie niezwykle
This is
wspaniała
really
wiadomość,
absolutely
szczególnie,
great
że kodeks
news,
branżowy
especially
RODO w
when
sektorze
this
ochrony zdrowia
GDPR
jest pierwszym w Polsce, jednym z pierwszych w
code
Europie kodeksów
for
postępowania
the
dla sektora ochrony
health,
zdrowia.
as this is the first
Przypomnę
code
jeszcze raz,
in
że
proceedings
wśród
for the
twórców
health
kodeksu
protection.
znajdują
Among
się
the
Polska
creators,
Federacja
we have the
Szpitali,
Polish
Fundacja
Federation
Telemedyczna,
for
Grupa Robocza,
Hospitals, Telemedical Foundation,
Lewiatan,
Confederation
Pracodawcy
Leviathan,
Medycyny Prywatnej,
Private
Polska
Medicine
Izba
Employers,
Informatyki i
Polish Chamber
Telekomunikacji,
of IT
Federacja
and
Związków
Telecommunication,
Pracodawców
Federation
Ochrony Zdrowia,
of the
Porozumienie
Healthcare,
Zielonogórskie
Porozumienie
oraz oczywiście
Zielonogórskie, and
Kancelaria
obviously
DZP.
DZP
A teraz
Legal
na scenę
Office.
zapraszam
And
pana
now
Jakuba
I would like to
Adamskiego,
invite
dyrektora
Jakub
Departamentu
Adamski,
Współpracy z Biurem
who
Rzecznika
is
Praw
the
Pacjenta, który
director
wynosi
of the
wygłosi
Department
keynote
of the Cooperation Office of the Patient Ombudsman, who is going to deliver his keynote speech.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Zadziała? Zadziała. Jest dobrze. Jeszcze raz. Dzień dobry Państwu. Po pierwsze,
Good morning
dziękuję za
once again.
zaproszenie.
Thank you very much once again for
Keynote
the
jest
invitation. The
trochę trudniejszy po
keynote is a little
niespodziance,
bit
która była na
difficult
początku, z
after the
którego
surprise that
chwilę
was at the beginning.
Niemniej gratuluję
Nevertheless, I would
opracowania i
like to
przyjęcia kodeksu.
congratulate you on
Em,
preparing and
Muszę
accepting the
przyznać, miałem
code.
też
I
pewną
must
trudność z
admit that it was
przygotowaniem
difficult
wystąpienia
for
na
me
dzisiaj,
to
bardzo
prepare the
prostego
keynote
powodu.
speech for today. It was a very simple reason for
Jest
that.
to jednak taki temat,
This
w którym
is a topic
dostałem niewiele wskazówek
where
od,
I got very few
prowadzących
guidances
konferencję, o czym
from
miałbym mówić, to po
the
pierwsze.
what
Po
to
drugie,
talk
jednak
about.
konferencja ma tak
Secondly,
szeroki zakres tak dobrych
there is
panelistów,
such
tak
a
dobre wystąpienia
wide
planowane, że
scope and
powiedzieć coś
so
to jest zwyczajnie
great
trudno.
panelists, so it's
Oczywiście można pójść na
absolutely
łatwiznę,
difficult.
jeżeli
Obviously,
ma
you
się pierwsze
can go
wystąpienie na
and
konferencji, czyli jedno z
make it
pierwszych.
easy if
Ale
you
postanowiłem
are
powiedzieć
the
jednak
first
coś
one
nowego. Jednocześnie
on the
trochę
conference.
bawiąc się
But I
w bingo i
decided to say
wykreślając
something
kolejne
new
tematy z
and
poszczególnych paneli, które
playing a
będą
little bit
później.
bingo and maybe stretching out
Skupię
some
się jednak
topics
na
from
tym,
the
na czym-
subsequent panels.
O czym mam
I would
pewne
like to concentrate on
możliwość
something
powiedzenia
that
z
I
innej
have
perspektywy zainteresowania Państwa
something
tym,
to say from a different
jak ze
perspective and
strony
get you
publicznej
interested.
czasami
How
wygląda wykorzystanie
from
danych,
the
bo myślę, że to nadal nie
public
jest takie
side
oczywiste.
usage
To, z
of
czego
personal
Państwo na
data
pewno
looks
zdają
like.
sobie sprawę,
You
to
must
to, że w
realize
sferze
that
publicznej
in the
danych
public
jest bardzo
zone
dużo.
there is a
Wiecie,
lot
że
data.
różnego rodzaju rejestrów
There are
publicznych
various
prowadzonych
public
przez różne
registers
instytucje.
run by
I podstawowe
various
pytanie brzmi,
institutions,
ile
and the
z nich jest
basic
zdrowych, ile tak
question
naprawdę z
is
nich jest
how much is
przydatnych w zdrowiu.
in
Nie
health,
znam
how much
odpowiedzi
is
na jedno
needed
i drugie
in
pytanie w tej
health.
chwili,
I don't know the
ale na
question,
pewno
the
jest
answer
dużo
to
więcej, niż nam się
neither of
wydawało.
these
I to jest
questions.
bardzo kluczowe
And it's
pytanie.
really
Jak do
very
tych
key
wszystkich danych się
question.
dostać?
How can you get
Bo
into all this data?
Myślę, że każdy, kto
Because
czy
I
w ramach
think that
kariery
everybody
naukowej, czy
who,
pracy zawodowej, czy nawet
when
pracując w
you during
administracji publicznej,
professional
powiedzmy sobie szczerze,
career,
stawiając
scientific
dowolne,
career,
wystarczająco
or
trudne badanie,
if you
badanie
have
badawcze, natkną się na problem,
the
jak się
problem,
dostać do tych
how
danych. W
you
sensie,
can
jak
get to
uzyskać
this
odpowiedź
data,
na pytanie,
how
która
can you
wiemy,
get
no ta
the
odpowiedź
answer
po
to the
prostu gdzieś
question,
występuje
and
w
we know that this
danych
answer
administracyjnych.
exists somewhere in administrative
Oczywiście
data.
są różne
Obviously,
podejścia do tego problemu.
there are
Wiemy
various
też, że w
approaches to this
dzisiejszych czasach już
problem.
naprawdę
We
dużo
know
rzeczy
that
można
nowadays
wyciągnąć z
a
informacji.
lot
To jest
of
naprawdę
things
bardzo
can
silne
be
źródło.
taken
Tu prosty
from
przykład tego, że nawet jeżeli
simple
spojrzy na
information.
same
So
dane
even if we
Narodowego
look at
Funduszu
the
Zdrowia,
data
można
of the
poszukać
National Health
interwencji,
for
które
Health Protection, we can
zwiększają
see
przeżywalność
some
pacjentów
interventions
dużej
which
grupy, w
make
dużej
it
chorobie.
able to
Przeżywalność
survive.
pięciolecia
So
ma nawet
even
20%,
13
Wystarczy po prostu
points. So
poszukać
it's
danych,
just
które już
enough
mamy
to
i
see the
zobaczyć,
data that we already
jest
have.
dobry zespół ekspertów.
And we can see this is the
I tak
team of
naprawdę w jaki
experts
sposób
and
możemy
analyze
poprawić
what we
system ochrony
can
zdrowia.
do, how we can
Pamiętajmy, że
improve healthcare system. And if we look at this at a wider range than the national healthcare, we go into the areas like discussion about One Health. So looking at the health not only on the population of people, but also environment, animals, or applying health in other policies. So what we do, what healthcare does, influences other areas. The only question is how can we do it? And I think that this is not a trivial question. And I think that there is a good idea, this is a very good idea to talk about the project which is about to be finished. There is a project which is called Integrated Analytical Platform, and this is some kind of solution for this type of problems. We do hope that in the future we are going to create a new model. This will be the basis for the new model of using this type of data. So the project had two objectives. First, to support the organs which create public policies to use data not only from their area to which normally they don't have access. On the other hand, ensure cooperation. So make it possible to use human resources and people and their knowledge in this academicians, not in public administration, because sometimes naturally it's missing expertise. This project that you've seen, there is a very strong partners, Ministry of Health, Family Education, Digitalization, EMAC, Warsaw University, Warsaw School of Economics and Łazarski Network. So this project is to be finished. So first we will have the analytical platform, so where you can ask a question if once we create public policy. So for instance, if we have something done in the healthcare when we want to think how we want to use information from Social Security or the environmental protection, all social issues, how can we do it? So we have to create the place where you can do this analysis. The first research was done to use this type of tool. There was an interface created so that from various institutions you can take the data. There is some kind of knowledge database to know how to make this data work, and there are some institutions in the competence center which is to support the creation of this type of project in the Ministry of Digitalization. As I mentioned, using this type of data is very wide. The research that was analyzed, be it in the social policy, health, science, was carried out in order to see how much we can take out from individual areas. And I think that the most interesting element of this project, which is worth mentioning, it's worth mentioning two areas. How is it supposed to look like, and then about the data protection issue, because this second element is the most essential. This project was thought about how to do it safely. This is not a project which enables you to gather all the data in one place, and no respect. So the whole procedure is that we have a research team. There are some owners of the research, so for instance public institutions that they want to solve some kind of problem within the public policy. They give it for analyzing, showing on experts, and the data get into the analytical platform where research is carried out. So when we talk about the GDPR, protection of the personal data protection, so here they receive only the result of this research. So they don't receive data on which the result was based. They are closed on the platform only for the time of research, or even on the platform they are on the special security. So there is no possibility that you have different data transferred from one ministry to another or one unit to another. Once the answers are gathered, all the data are removed from the platform as well. And this is how, on a long run, we can think to look at what is available when we talk about the information and how we can execute some kind of need, how we can develop system of health care and health protection and other systems. After a short introduction, thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy za wspaniałe wystąpienie, panie dyrektorze.
Thank you very much for your wonderful speech, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of interesting interviews. I would like to encourage you to get to know the agenda once you scan QR code on your badges. And now I would like to invite Professor Iwona Maruszyńska from the Mother Health Center, and she's going to talk about what lessons we can draw from attacks, IT attacks in the future. So thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to give you some information. Definitely, I do not feel an expert, so in this group I feel stage afraid, because as far as IT is concerned, I am just a user. So maybe this experience will help us with something. When we talk about the healthcare protection system, this is a system, this is a very vulnerable to interventions from outside. It's very often that this is protected data. The documentation of the patients includes a lot of interesting data. Apart from this thing, when you have a credit card, you can devalidate it very easily. But when this data of the patient get into the place where it shouldn't, the patient loses some part of its identity, and it's difficult to change it. So definitely this is something that you have to take into account, and it's difficult from the patient's point of view. The medical unit has got only limited responsibility, but for a person whose data is the result can be really difficult. The problem can be that today our society, when we have the data and the places through which this places we can get into the hospital, when we have the intensive care, I can tell from my experience that we want this data to be collected, we want to get them, but it is also connected with some danger. Obviously, on the part of it, there are some big differences, the teams that have to cooperate with one another, but when we talk about the integration between the units, this is different cooperation. So COVID was also very important, and obviously pieces of equipment, we have more and more of them, like we talk about the cameras or endoscope or image research. So there are a lot of things, the soft things that we have, and it's very often, and it's also shown in the different research, biggest source, the most frequent source of failure, these are human mistakes. So many employees, it is very often that they have not been trained, they are not aware, because we employ 2,400 employees in our hospital, and most of them, nearly all of them, they have access to the network, and obviously the global cost of cyber attacks are very high. I just want to show you the data, because regardless of what kind of attack it is and why there was the data leakage, because in this group I wouldn't want to dare to talk more about the attacks, but always there was the human participation in this problem. So indubitably this is a very important element. And here you can see how you can see the growth of the data, and together with it the attacks are growing. So in 2017 there was a very known ransomware, 230 systems, 150 countries. The English wrote very in detail what they calculated. It was 92 million pounds. So it's not only a problem in our country. So summarizing this, all these pieces of equipment, the platforms, remote monitoring. For instance, we've introduced obviously everything we think about when we talk monitor pregnancy. There is a platform that collects this and then sends information to us that something's going on. These are places that can be potentially dangerous. So the number of elements, pieces of equipment is increasing, especially when we talk about the intensive care. That is why this danger increases. So now in network, in the internet, we have information I quoted on the internet. Will it help us? I just leave it to you for your discussion to think it over. And obviously here this this entity was forced to switch into paper-based documentation because there are difficulties in functioning, and this is obvious information. This is what we had. We haven't used the help of the team, which opened all the unified hospital in Skierniewice. I don't want to discuss how it was done and why this aid was given. And next information that the director of the entity, Iwona Maruszyńska, that is myself, I warned that there could be personal data leakage. But obviously this is absolutely not true, because in all the pieces of information about the data leakage we were very cautious, because it was not found in any audit any leakage of the personal data, but we just emphasize that we cannot be 100% sure that it hasn't happened. But obviously these issues were done by various institutions and no data leakage was found. After this attack, we informed all the agencies, offices which are connected with cyber security. When we talk about the data protection, when we talk about the patient safety and security. And I would like to thank to all these entities, because this help was absolutely essential to us and very supportive, which was very important. What kind of problems did we have? So most of all, the imagery, the MRI, tomography, computer tomography. And here the first reaction from us, it was the contact with air ambulance, that we don't want to have patients without a warning, because obviously the air ambulance are delivering patients where there is the best possibility to help them. So there were 2 days where we couldn't make these tests, these examinations. So we were redirecting these patients, and these imagery tests were done where else. We didn't have a possibility to archive these tests, these examinations. It was difficult for the patients who wanted to get the result of this imagery exams. So during this 2 days, we were able to get connection and we were able to do this, but there was no access to archive.
Talking about the laboratory test, we've immediately switched to paper-based documentation, and fortunately, we had the printed forms that are necessary to run this paper-based documentation, and laboratory test results were also sent in the hard copy form, and this made our work more difficult. However, we've been cooperating, and there was a mutual support attitude, and I'm very glad and very proud of that, because there was no quarrels, but rather a general will to resolve all the problems. The most difficult issue was with diagnostic data, because they referred to some surgery operations, and sometimes these data were delayed and everything would have to be printed, so there was a lot of extra work, but in general it was not bad. In terms of the scheduled admissions, it was quite okay. We were using so-called exercise books, because all these documents must be included in the system, but certainly all the data were not only in the system but also in this exercise book, and it was not so good in the outpost clinics, because the patients were coming for results of their test, and some of them were coming for scheduled visits, and we were also seeing quite a forgiving attitude of the patients, so it was not bad. In terms of surgeries, none of them were cancelled. 2 of them were delayed, but not because of the cyber attack, but due to some organizational and health-related issues. The imaging tests were the most difficult issue, and there was only 663 results of the test. 15 patients were did not accept this scheduled timelines, and in terms of coming out of this problem, the administration department was the first to come out of this, and the most difficult situation was in the chemist's shop, where everything had to be done from scratch. And I'd like to underline again commitment of all members of the team that were forced to use the paper-based documentation. When I was dealing with my work on the newborn babies intensive care unit, I was trying to cheer up the employees, and some of the nurses said, Professor, we will manage. In 2013, we were still using the paper-based documentation, so we still remember how to use it. Well, talking about problems and events that could affect of what happened, certainly it was a problem with the HR and also integration with our IT department, with medical team was one of the victims. Certainly not all computers were protected with antivirus system, and there was not a properly operating alarm system, and backups were not done on a regular basis. And certainly quite a big role was played by insufficient protection and shortage of financing, because any hardware and software operating in a network must be supplemented or even replaced in regular intervals. Also talking about the IT team, however, I don't know how it is in the private medical entities, in the state-owned medical entities. It's a negative selection because we cannot offer the right wages. What are the benefits of what happened? Because we are trying to make use of some lessons learned. And there is no doubt that after this cyber attack, nobody was trying to discuss that we would have to limit access to these devices operating in the net, in the web. So in some places we still need to use CD disk, and some diagnostic computers had to be switched off from the network, and you need to take the disk and see it on your own computer. This was accepted in terms of automatic logout system. In the very beginning, there was some dissatisfaction about this, because if you stop doing anything for 1 minute, you're being logged out. So it's a matter of getting accustomed to this, and after the audit we implemented all these recommendations from the audit. There was some additional funding provided by the NFZ. In total it was 600,000 Polish zlotys, and certainly today we are in much better position in terms of cybersecurity, and certainly, acceptation of this limitation after the cyber attack was the simplest thing to be done. And as I mentioned before, the not sufficient funding for the healthcare system, insufficient protection, and the healthcare system is the soft targets, and possibilities of attack are very extensive. And we know also from the literature that interest from cyber criminals will increase in the nearest future, certainly, and certainly more training courses are needed, and the training courses should be repeated. I know that from my own area, if we need something to be done, we need to repeat, and again repeat it. And the IT department should collaborate with medical team dealing with the patients, and this is also practiced in many other hospitals. I know this from my talks with my colleagues from abroad. Sending of the information or links that must not be opened, so people should be watchful all the time. If an employee breaks this rule for 3 times, he or she must be sent for additional training. And if this would not help, some disciplinary actions is taken. In the beginning, it's just administrative penalty, and I know this from American rather than Polish source. Cyber security of the health system in terms of funding it's something that's not sufficient by far. It's important for us to perceive the IT department in hospitals as a partner, as some guys who are to help us, to support us, and we shouldn't treat them as just hurdles on our way to do the job. And it was mentioned by my predecessors here. We are very happy that you managed to build this new system of the code of conduct. I believe that we should expect from the legislators some regulations. At least if we introduce some new hardware, we need to have this hardware as a well-proven component. And there is a trend to introduce new remote monitoring of home-staying patients, and there must be some way to supervise all this in terms of cybersecurity, and in terms of awareness of cybersecurity, we should be aware that we should take care about this all the time. So first there must be, just like in the there must be a virus, and then there must be an inoculation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your inspiring speech, Mrs. Director, and it's true that unfortunately this human factor could lead to some cyber threats, and because of this, as the Polish Federation of Hospitals and healthcare system, we'd like to do something, and we are trying to do this by means of these stickers that in some funny way are to remind what should be done to avoid these data leaks. So I'd like to encourage you to take some stickers from the reception desk, and I'd like to invite Mrs. Monika Adamczyk, cybersecurity expert of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity. She will tell us about artificial intelligence and cyber threats. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I will take the liberty to present today the subject that currently is the subject of many discussions, many articles in the media. In the beginning, I will tell you something more about ELTA, and this is because not everybody knows what it is, and I will tell you what's the threat landscape. That's quite often used term in English, what are possible security mechanism for artificial intelligence, and short summary and some lessons to be learned. For those who don't know what it is, ENISA, this is one of the agencies of the EU. We are the main agency for cybersecurity. Our mandate is based on so-called Cybersecurity Act that gives us many tasks to be performed by us, and one of them is supporting of the European Commission in creating an implementation of legal acts. The subject of this is cybersecurity, for example, the NIS directive or AI Act that's just being negotiated currently between the Commission and the Parliament, and HANSU and many others. We deal with developing knowledge about cybersecurity, collaboration with supervisory bodies of the member states, and so on. And the picture that you see, that's our headquarters. We are based not in Brussels, but in Athens, in Greece. So this is something exceptional, but this is the location of our headquarters, I mean ENISA's. And talking about activity in terms of AI, this work started in ENISA as early as 4 years ago. We've been cooperating with a wide range of many experts who has knowledge not only about the AI but also cybersecurity. And as I mentioned, one of our tasks is supporting development of so-called cyber politics, I mean various legal acts, and I participate in this because I'm an expert dealing with AI, and in my everyday work I collaborate with the General Directorate dealing with this legal act from 2020. We created many publications about making use of the AI technology and securing it in a proper manner, and I will mention some of them. And if you're interested in these publications, I'd like to encourage you to visit our ENISA website. All our publications are available free of charge. You can download them. And we have also a team dealing with analyzing of use of the AI in so-called cybersecurity services. I mean, supporting experts team dealing with protection of IT systems and digital data. As I mentioned before, we have many publications that are available free of charge. You can see here some examples of them. Some publications that are available, and they refer to the AI and cybersecurity. One of these publications that could be the subject of interest, especially for participants of this conference, is the case study of use of the artificial intelligence in the imaging diagnostic when we analyze precisely some scenario in terms of what are the functional items needed, who's the user, what actors participate in this. And by actors, I mean various stakeholders. What are the security and privacy requirements? What protections could be used? To sum it up, this introductory speech delivered by me, our work, especially in terms of the AI. Now I'd like to go to this threat landscape in the AI area. Talking about the AI and cybersecurity, we must be aware that this is a kind of a triangle of mutual interdependence. So all the AI uses the same digital technologies as any other area of IT. So any area of the AI, if it's attacked, and we heard about this in a very interesting way a moment ago, how the medical system was attacked, the consequences could be very negative, and of course these consequences could be very serious. Nobody should be surprised, especially given the recent development of a large language model, the generative AI, or something that everybody of you heard, I mean ChatGPT, that artificial intelligence could be used to create cyber attacks, to support such attacks. This could be pure cyber attacks or mixed ones. So first there could be an attack in the digital area, and then they could be followed by some physical attack. And the last aspect is that the AI is the subject of various analysis and research how to support cybersecurity experts, because those people deal with enormous flow of information, enormous inflow of very different data, and given the fact that in the EU itself some 30,000 cybersecurity experts are missing, and there is an enormous potential in making use of this technology. However, of course, this must be done in a proper manner, because sometimes we can just pour out the baby together with the bath by not watchful enough use of the technology and omitting the role of the human supervision. We need also to keep in mind that in terms of this threat landscape, the AI has enormous role in creating a huge amount of misinformation. We hear about many cases when information, not only a text one, but also audiovisual information was used to create material that are used to manipulate communities, to manipulate each of us in our everyday life. So if we open any web browser, I would bet that most of you use Google. I use the tag Go, and in any web browser, if we start to enter some term and we look for some information, immediately we obtain suggestion what we are going to ask about. And don't be surprised that immediately we are redirected to some limited list of matches, and maybe this is not so much related to the AI, but rather to some algorithms.
What we can suggest is that maybe if we have this list of results, if you go outside the first site, and either we change our search, or we just accepted that this type of information doesn't exist. So in case, if we think how we can understand the landscape of threat, we have to remember about the fact that maybe it's not the direct topic connected with the cybersecurity, that this disinformation is unfortunately used a lot, and this is one of important threats as well. So, when we talk about the broad understanding of this landscape of threats, to have a good approach, to know how we can use this information later on, we have to approach this from three perspectives. First of all, we have to understand well what the life cycle of such a system is. Obviously, especially for the specialists, IT specialists, this life cycle of AI system will be quite similar to other systems. Obviously, given some properties which are, for instance, specific for machine learning, we have to know well what kind of resources are in such an ecosystem. And later on, it is necessary to understand what kind of threats can occur. And here I talk more about some threats, general threats, because when we talk about identification of threats for individual system which is designed, implemented, or later on used in operating activities, obviously risk analysis that I am going to talk in depth later on must be carried out. Because without this analysis and without this context of the system, the main threats and their identification is not approach that would be sufficient enough. When we talk about the life cycle in AI systems, I have already mentioned that since this is IT system, it is very similar to the infrastructure of ICT, and obviously the local elements which function in these systems. You would have collecting and storing a lot of data, because in order to train algorithm, you need to have something to train it on. Things which are usually used during data collection processes. We have some samples, trials of anonymizing. And I can tell you that you might be taken by surprise that even data that on the face of it as 100% anonymous, there are some models of artificial intelligence that when you combine a few databases which were 100% anonymous, there is a possibility to use this data to identify not only groups of people, but individuals. There are algorithms which can be trained on big databases, and after removing this database, algorithm by itself, used by a different organization, can have a situation where you can identify individual. So, understanding this cycle and how these data are used and what kind of protections must be used at each stage, starting from the very beginning, starting from the idea, okay, let's create a system which is going to use artificial intelligence to do something, until the very end, once this system is in a permanent way, this data are liquidated. So I don't even mean removed, but liquidated, because really the possibilities to find gaps at each stage of this cycle do exist. As far as resources are concerned, I talked about the data, I talked about the infrastructure which is used, because as any technology, there are many systems where artificial intelligence works as a certain element, but resources connected with AI, it is also people who make mistakes on everyday basis. They don't have to be people that they don't have knowledge, basic knowledge on cybersecurity, but just ordinary people like myself. Only the fact that I work in this, been working in this domain for many years, it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes or forget about something. I always give an example. Maybe it's from the beginning of my career in IT. Without thinking, I was just working for a big organization. When I left in the USA, I was asked to open a folder from backup. But the problem was that I didn't realize that I am logged in as the user with administrative authorization, and I cleaned up the whole server, which included the website and the whole database for communication and mailing lists. Fortunately, there was a backup for the system, but obviously I didn't do it on purpose. But sometimes we don't think, and we just do this type of things. Obviously, other resources that we have to take into account, organization processes. These are all resources that have to be dedicated and analyzed, what their role is in the system and what their value is in case they are damaged or stop functioning, and how they can be replaced and or backed up in case there is an attack which manages to damage these resources or steal these resources. And the last aspect of this landscape of threats, because obviously these are the threats themselves. We have to remember that they come from all the sides. They might be actions on purpose and random issues, so they can be threats caused by weather. There may be, the building can be flooded where the databases are stored, or infrastructure. There can be fire. Obviously, it can be theft on purpose, wrong configuration of a system. It can be attacks which are directly on the technology itself, AI technology. So one of the well-known ones, this is poisoning of data. I work in IT in English and I am not always sure how to use it in Polish. But I understand that poisoning, you've heard about poisoning. The second technique that can be used by AI, this is evasions. This is I will talk about it later on in a few minutes. These are questions like you have some techniques to attack systems of AI. So, we have a situation whereby any organization that wants to have AI system should get to know and understand very well this threat landscape. I have a few minutes, so I talked about it very superficially, but if you want to get to know it in depth, the point is that what I introduced is based on one of the publication of EMISA. This is AI threat landscape. You can go into the website, it is in English, you can download this material, but the point is that most of our publications are in English. And obviously now we have a situation that we want to create a system. How can we make it secure to the maximum extent? And please draw your attention to the fact that I do not say that in 100%, but to the maximum, because you are never 100% sure. There is no 100% guarantee. In the previous presentation, when we talk about the attack, it's not the question if it happens, but when it happens. And we shouldn't, we have to be aware that most of the systems have been attacked. The reason why we don't talk about it is that the organizations are unaware, or sometimes they find out about it 2 years after this attack has been carried out. So, in order to be able to secure the system in the most effective way, you need to have the holistic approach. So, security, in-depth defense, and what is a good approach, this is an approach, multi-layer approach. So, first, it is necessary to have the secure supporting infrastructure. It is necessary to secure all the AI components. And obviously, the last thing, which here, especially for the healthcare sector, looking at it from the perspective of good cyber practices for a given sector. Because especially when we talk about the health sector, where consequences of violation of the medical data, which happens on everyday basis, it's good that we talk about it. I can give you an example of my life example. A doctor didn't have a stamp. She needs to. I had some certification by ordinary post. When I am at the door of the doctors, I can hear how other patient talks with a doctor about his or her health system. So then when I say that, okay, if I say about it, they say that they are picky. So if I am at the registration, everybody is able to hear everything. So if they don't use the application to show the code, everybody hears the personal identification number. So this cybersecurity means should could be used, but we have to start from the basis and from each single employee who is dealing with our data and has got access to it on everyday basis. But coming back to this holistic approach, because I strive away a little bit, how can we do it? So first, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, it is absolutely necessary to manage risk, making risk analysis at the very beginning. So introduction of security by design, security by default is absolutely necessary. And risk analysis is not a procedure that you fill in a table in Excel file and you put it into some kind of IT system. But it is continuous analysis, ongoing analysis, especially in AI systems, which can dynamically change how algorithm works. For such risk analysis, it is absolutely necessary to take into account the context of the sector in which the system functions, the context of organization in which this organization functions, and the context of functionality to which this system is going to be applied. Let me repeat once again, it may be boring, but unfortunately this is something that we have to remember about. All the infrastructure must be protected, all the elements, so this is protection not only of our personal computers, but this is also protection of the systems which are used for diagnostics. An example, a few days ago, I was at the examination. Before the examination of my eye was made, the lady who was doing the test, she put my data, and then she went out of the room. And being a competent person and picky, and I looked at this store, and then I could see the screen of all the patients, and name, surname, identification number, and the telephone number. And when I say that this system should not be left without blocking the screen, I suppose that in this system it was even not possible to. There was the IoT system for making the examination, but these things happen on everyday basis, and until we find solutions for every one of us to have an instinct that, okay, I think that this has got influence on us, we will have to wait for a long time for effective protection and security of our data. And obviously, data protection, this is protection against at least the confidentiality, against protecting their integrity, and obviously protecting against access or lack access, no access. So and if data is necessary to cure the patient and it is not available, it is also cyber attack. And now going to various specific threats which might occur for AI systems. I mentioned two of them. The first one, this is evasion. So this is delicate manipulation of input data in order to be able to change the final output data results. Once algorithms are trained, using data which have got false information, so that later on such a system can generate different results. Obviously, other attacks, when we talk about AI systems, there is this possibility of stealing a model, attacking, and in order to be able to protect them appropriately and introduce appropriate securities, there must be securities at all levels. So if we train algorithm to a model, This algorithm should also be trained on a given data which get false information to check whether it manages this false information. So when you use databases from many sources to minimize the risk that, for instance, one of the sources, if we are not 100% sure, well, maybe not 100%, but maybe we are not more convinced that the providers of services and to minimize this data, that there will be a big portion of this data which can be falsified. Other approaches could be normal practices, but this is not only just giving the access control, but also when employees, they do not have the reason or justification to have the access. If they leave work, we have to modify this access control. So a regular checking of this security to check whether there is a new gaps or new securities to be able to react to them effectively and to introduce new threats.
And of course, what I already mentioned as the last layer, I mean, use of good practices that should function in the healthcare system. I know that I already expired the scheduled time, so I will try to be brief. I'd like to encourage you to visit the ENISA webpage, and quite a lot of publications of cyber threats for healthcare system have been already published, and I'd like to encourage you to visit our website to get familiar with all this data. And if you need any support, please contact me, and of course I will convey your questions to the specialist in a given area, because cybersecurity is not my main specialization, but we are always ready to support you. So to wrap it up quickly, let's not delude ourselves. The consequences of the artificial intelligence are quite serious, and we must not ignore them, and we must be aware that every new solution brings about new threats. Depending on what is the sector, there could be various threats and various consequences. Let me repeat it again. What's really important for me, all this must be based on the risk level analysis. Without this approach, you will not be able to develop an effective solution for cyber security, no matter whether they use AI or not. It is necessary to provide a holistic approach to protecting the system, using both specific solutions for the AI and specific solutions for the infrastructure. And of course, we need to keep in mind that using these solutions, we need to remember what's the functionality of the system. In other words, it must be proportional to functionality and to the possible consequences. Let's try to bear in mind that if means of protection will make the system unfunctional, there is always some guy who will be able to circumvent all these protections. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and I hope that you will be able to use the information, the data that are available on our ENISA website. Thank you very much once more. Thank you very much. We can see that proper practices in the healthcare system are very important, especially in the area of medical innovations. Now I'd like to identify Mr. Roman Łażyński, Deputy Director for Operation and Security of Tele-Information System of the eHealth Center, who will show to us how can we identify and protect weak points in medical systems? Thank you.
Witam Państwa. Dzień dobry. Dziękuję przede wszystkim za zaproszenie.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I will try to tell you about some details referring to our sector. I mean the IT systems used in this sector, and I will share with you the knowledge of the research that we are conducting in terms of cybersecurity and how we deal with cyber attacks, especially the ransomware attack from November last year in the Centrum Matki Polki and in other areas, how we decipher such a ransomware, because it can be deciphered. So the healthcare sector is quite many entities. We calculated it about 220, 240,000 entities. And you can see the structure on the slide. We have about 2,000 of hospitals dealing also with psychiatric treatment. Some of those hospitals are located in other sectors, in the MOD and the Interior Ministry. Both these ministers have their own structures, and we don't deal with their hospitals. On top of this, we have 440 medical wholesalers that are quite important medical entities, and on top of this, we have also a lot of individual medical practices. All this together gives such a big number of entities. And I'm sorry to say this, that medical data stored in all these entities, each of them should then protect this data. However, from our research, we know that the level of protection of this data is not sufficient. Another observation, each of those entities is exposed to cyber attacks, and these cyber attacks are happening. Even if we believe that we are far away in the cyberspace, that cyber attacks happen in Russia, we are in Poland, so this is not interesting for us. However, this is still a threat and we are not aware of it. It's not good. But let me tell you what's written here. Last year, we experienced 83 attacks of the ransomware type and 7 serious attacks on the healthcare units. And I'm talking only about hospitals. And in one of the hospitals, it was possible to restore the backup copy and eliminate the outcomes of this attack. The Centrum Matki Polki Hospital was attacked by means of the virtualization system, and all virtual machines were ciphered as the files of the virtual machines, so they were not able to be put in operation from the operational level. So the hospital was not able to communicate with the chemists, with other hospitals, and the imagery tests development. The emergency unit was suspended. This is what we were told about it, and the patient was sent to other hospitals. However, I was looking how the units of the hospitals were used, and we need to keep in mind that a hospital that operates based on the paper documentation uses only some 10% of its capability. So this is how it's so important to make use of IT systems. There is something wrong with the slide. But how a ransomware attack looks like? There is several phases. First, there is infection. hospitals, systems, medical entities that has no system of event monitoring, they cannot see this phase. For example, credentials are stolen, and then the attackers go through the protections, and for some time then they infiltrate the network to get familiar with the structure of the network. And usually the hospitals are not broken down into network sectors, so they have some common sections. So it's quite easy to identify all the servers and to cipher them. The next phase is the end of infiltration and beginning of ciphering them. And usually the doctors are not able to watch, to see this, because only after ciphering of all these IT units there is an open attack, and this is why ransomware is such a dangerous attack, because most of the phases of this attack are not visible at all. That's about some, you see, blood freezing introduction, and let me tell you how we deal with them. Not a long time ago, in 2022, we had an attack, and there was an attack on the server on technical, on the maintenance of the emergency medical services helicopters, and they must be undergoing the maintenance every month. So for 2 weeks we needed to remove the effects of this attack, and you can imagine what would happen if we are not able to decipher the server, and all the emergency health services helicopter would be not able to fly. And after this attack we made a report that was very detailed and very impressive. So we have prepared the 127 question survey. We checked the SOZ system to check the resilience to the attack. 865 hospitals responded to this survey, and we made an analysis of this survey, and here is one interesting field. We predefined the answers to the questions, and we were trying to have only 3 types of answer: yes, no, or I don't know. And this I don't know triggered a wave of telephone calls, and this allows us to identify the needed scope of training for medical personnel. So we needed to get a knowledge in this area to avoid wasting the funding. And that's the statistics, and we see clearly that the level of security in our healthcare system is not sufficient. If it's not good enough, this means that we all are susceptible to attack, and it's not a matter when we will be attacked, but rather when. And we should be afraid of these attacks, because 70% of the Polish healthcare system is not properly protected against cyber attack. And what was the situation in the hospitals in November last year, without showing the name of this hospital? There was a backup copy, and it was from Saturday, and we visited them on Monday. And also the machines on which the backup copy was were also ciphered. And secondly, ciphering of those machines resulted in the fact that DNS and other services were out of order, so it was not possible to look into this network. 1,200 workstations. And there was one manager of the IT system and 4 IT engineers. And we came as 4 people, so we doubled the human resources with this hospital. And this cyber attack resulted in the fact that some patients had to be sent to other hospitals, and we saw the presentation of the system, and the point of view of the medical personnel was also very interesting for me. And usually hospitals have firewalls. 70% of hospitals has some boundary protection system to protect the interior of their network, and this firewall are bought in some form, namely the network interface of this firewall is set so to work in the bypass system. Most of the firewalls in hospitals work in this mode, and here is the graph showing what are the data. 191 critical susceptibilities, 199 high susceptibilities. We find what was the operation of this firewall. If we have such a boundary devices, then cyber attack is quite a question of time. These are not, you see, some imaginary data. This is the real graph. So our research has shown that 92% of hospitals doesn't show double authentication. I heard that we need to change our password and we need to rotate them, and they must be difficult. However, if we don't use double authentication using some devices outside of the network to confirm that we are the real persons, it's good for nothing. 92% of hospital doesn't use it. This is, let's say, not so easy to be used, but necessary. 86% of hospitals haven't passed any security training, and because of this, if we don't understand this system, we believe that somewhere else in Giżycko we are far away from cyberspace and cyber attacks. They are wrong. They are not aware of the danger. 80% of the entities fail to check whether their contracts with third entities have been already expired or not, whether their access should be cut off or not. And the case of the Łódź hospital was just like that. So the contract expired and the access for them was still possible. So I don't know to bore you with other details. We see that there is a lot to be done here. And because of this, this is the continuation of this story, namely most of these boundary devices is out of life. It means that no more support could be bought for them, so there is a big technology debt for them, and those servers should be replaced, and this is because of the lack of sufficient funding for this sector. We had various conversations in the hospitals. Usually the IT guys work for 5,000 Polish zlotys a month, and one of them said, we are so much committed, as much we are paid, and there is no contract for support. So these IT guys that are quite in scarcity, they are, let's say, jacks of all trade, and there is no time for them to check the security procedure. So who set up the firewall and who control it? It's the same IT guy, so it makes no sense at all. Lack of the network segmentations. All the machines are connected to a single local network. If you break in using one local network, all the machines are open to us and we can cipher them. Even the APT beginners groups are able to to make very big damage because we just invite them to do so.
Podjęto na poziomie Ministerstwa Zdrowia
At the level of the Ministry of Health, a plan of action for the cybersecurity was made, and there are 6 basic points. First, this is the survey research. I told you about this. We just finished the 2nd edition of this surveying. We prepare recommendations. Now we prepare the 3rd version of this survey. It's still quite an annoyance for the hospitals, but we will continue this. Secondly, as a result of the report on the LPR, I mean the helicopter emergency medical services attack, we were able to get some additional funding, 600 million zlotys, and this hospital in Łódź that was the subject of the attack was one of those who were given this additional funding, but there was not enough time for them to implement some extra security means. And thirdly, the Ministry of Health made a decision about giving the title of key IT operators. What is so important, because the Act on the National Cybersecurity System includes also a stick and a carrot. So if we are covered by its provision, we have 1 year to get prepared, including so-called ZPI policy. We need to get prepared for audit, and this audit must be performed by a person who's properly authorized to do so. And we need to go through this audit within 1 year after obtaining this additional funding. So that's the stick, and the carrot is that first of all, this additional security measures increase the cost of attacking such a hospital to something unacceptable level.
And there are over 250 hospitals like that, out of which 62 came through this KSC audit. Obviously, quite a lot of hospitals are outdated because the financial debt and technological debt is so huge that it's not possible to do it within a year. Apart from that, we took the activities from we just made a session. There was the project Cyber Ambulance, so there are people who just get into the car to decipher the data. We've had a few times, and there is a colleague with us who is doing this. I think that in hospital in Łódź for 48 hours we were locked in the room with IT or management of this hospital, and we came up with this. The point is, don't call the police because they will take your servers away, and it happened in one hospital. It was the 3rd point on the procedure. So we don't have to come up with a training, but here I see 2 paths. Some training courses must concern directors, and because it's a completely different path, and the second path is the personnel. VIP training is essential because we build material in a little bit different way with different emphasis. The project to financing, it was a very emotional moment. We managed to get 500 million. This money was given in June. They had to spend this money until the 6th of December 2022. This is the first issue of this project. Now we are getting to the 2nd edition, because with this 500 million, and we were spending in 2022. So the whole year 2023 is the time for settlement, and this money supported the sector quite a lot. And I have some statistics from National Health Fund and what was purchased and in what proportions. Apart from that, starting these proportions, we just called it Cyber 500 plus. It's very much in fashion, so we took opportunity to call it like that. And we've defined what is important in the health system from the data protection point of view. Not people, not to defend hospitals against the attack, because it's impossible. It's possible to protect the data. So the first point is the properly delocalized backups, delocalized, which is now which is not available in the on the network. You just save it, and there are special tape disks, and it's done even automatically. Secondly, we just put emphasis on the safe emails. Many doctors say they don't want to do it because it's very uncomfortable, and you always have to use a private phone or other data. Unfortunately, these are the times, and we have to do it, and it's impossible to obey it. And we will be speaking on so login and password. It's not enough. You can just see over the doctor's shoulder and break into the hospital. There must be additional authorizing ingredient. The second thing, the third thing, in the working system. If, for instance, we had EDR system in the once or where could be possible to stop it at the working stations, there were 1,200 stations had to be chosen. The last in the center to the memorial of the Polish mother in Łódź. Now the edge of the network, the whole project was closed at the end of 2023. I'm referring here to this 500 million zlotys. We know we want to start the next one, but 818 medical entities took advantage of this, private ones as well. We think that this is a very important step towards cyber protection of the sector, especially that the numbers and the statistics, because we keep analyzing it on an ongoing basis, show step forward. The change that you could see in the hospitals, it's not may seem not to be huge, but for us it's a very important step, because we started this sector. These are not shocking changes, but finally something moved, triggered. When we talk about some kind of increase of conscience, we start to talk about the politicians and policies appreciate IT, configuration of the systems at the level at which we appreciate medical services, and this is happening. On the left-hand side in the chart, I omitted the item which was 35% and was called other purchases, so that everybody who finished this project, they had to do the audit, and they had to didn't work free of charge. And for us it was important to show that finally hospitals start to buy systems for safety copies, and it starts to work. Similarly, clinical in hospital in which Ramson were attacking July last year, and they deciphered before we arrived, so we came back. So we cannot defend ourselves against the attack. Let's at least rescue the data. The other things in line with the expectations. Obviously, we had quite a lot of applications when the IT IT and say Oracle or servers, and we just said that no, because it's not safety, but fortunately there was some kind of dialogue going on. I talked about this whole decisions, and this is the numbers from the Ministry of Health, which I took from last week. Obviously there would be some effect, so this the hospital must do it, must show it. And we hear all these complaints that it's been bad for a long period of time. It's going to be bad now, but we have to stick to it to improve it. CESIRT in line with this, I would say that the national, we have this support team. We call it CESIRT as a jargon. I think that once there is a at the moment this is only sectoral support task team, which has got some separate unit. There are 11 people there, and at the moment we are at a certain stage of operating work. We get information from this information from hospitals. We do scanning on vulnerability. Sometimes there are pieces of equipment that there is no vulnerability, so it's a success. So we have we just pinpoint attack vector, and we try to help the sector. We understand our mission a little bit broader. So on the on the top of it, we just put cyber ambulance. If there is no IT specialist, there is nobody to decipher things. We have a platform of CTI from Darknet and Dark Web, how people get together to attack. We have this, we profiled this to the health sector. This year we sent over 5.5 thousand emails to the hospitals that have the addresses. I will not dwell on this topic. So here, cyber ambulance, this is not formalized working to the sector. So we just feel that people who want to rescue the hospital, for instance, in Giżycko, there was nothing. We went there, but there was nothing to be rescued because there was no backup copies. But really, life is wonderful, and it brings about quite a lot of surprises. Sometimes we manage to rescue this, sometimes we are not successful. How does ransomware work? I don't know whether you are interested in this, but I want to just show you a few screenshots. So we have to start the station. Let's say Windows X application, which starts up our Windows. So somebody who attacks us wants to ciphering procedure, and then goes through all the files, ciphering each the key, 255 key. So in effect we have the structure of very strange folders. We can enter there, but we cannot do anything with this. So like we have like DOS or external carrier system. So this is how the ciphering procedure starts. This is how ciphered folders look like, and some kind of interesting thing. One of the employees keep a couple of it. Okay, wording station on Windows 11 has got some fixed structure when we talk about Windows folder. So the structure is down. So there are some text files that has got some permanent instruction which is put into the system by the operators, authors of the operator system. So we can compare ciphered and non-ciphered version. Then show the difference, see the difference, and we get back a few bytes. You need to have 256 bytes of ciphering key, and play around with the quantity. It happened in LPR and in Łódź, an encapsulation of virtual machines of the system that they had, and it concerned the lab and chemists.
Oczywiście
Obviously, these are very unclear screenshots from the procedure that we have, so this plays far more complicated, but I want you to understand that it does happen. Sector, the health sector didn't pay, but we just keep working on that. So 2.9 terabytes was deciphered, and this is the Windows server, and it was restored. So it's not the case as we just seen that the deciphering data on the ciphered machines is possible, but you need to have a man that we have. And here are activities that I mentioned before. I think that this is in district hospital in Mrągowo. There was a lady at one conference, please scan us, because I don't know whether we are safe or not, and we just saw the vulnerability. So high or critical and high. And then Krzysiek Woźniak from our group, he configured this file world, and there is no vulnerability. We've done it 60 times into the hospitals to do it. We have no legal basis to do it. We have to work in agreement with the hospital. And this is a unit which is dealing with oncology in Radom. There is one IT guy for 3 units of the hospital, and this is the first scan. There is no vulnerability. Nothing. So these are vulnerabilities of the average or low level. You cannot use it for attack. So that is why we are so satisfied that there are units like that, and so aware people who work there in Radom. The project of training courses I discussed before, so you see from your presentations that training is necessary. We talked about it in NASCs for this project for employees, and we want to start for the project for directors, so-called VIPs. We start from the Minister of Health, and we train them so that they are aware, train them so that they are aware how dangerous it is if you are so reckless in using this type of documents, going through the emails. We often talk with VIPs that they must be aware. Sometimes they call us, they just say that this is a strange email with invoice. I don't open it, I just send it over to you. Well, I mixed phones, but slides are not in the right sequence. So this is a typical reaction. So just 7 times they are frightened. Our hospital is not going to function. What will happen next? And then we come and have you had a process of risk assessment? Have you got somebody from the security? Have you got firewall configured? No. So you should have expected cyber attacks. So this is simple. This is simple translation of everybody who talks about building awareness of the systems, policies, and so on and so forth. Translation into life. So there is the group which verifies us negatively, and there is panic. What to do? Unfortunately, then it is too late. Oh, there is the procedure from Łódź. Don't call to the police station. Why? In Pajęczno, well, there was the ransomware deciphered in July 22. We go there, and the IT, no. In the lady from the office said, then they said that the police came and they took servers away, because I said that we said that there was a breaking in, and the police officer treated as the theft of bicycle. They were looking for fingerprints. So unfortunately, it's not funny. It's a very serious problem. So central Bureau for Fighting Cyber Crime. This is the unit which knows what to do. So you have to ask where is the closest unit of this formation, and this is where you should import it. Because after this incident in Pajęczno, we were shocked on how the system works. The system changes, but we have to be aware that we have to react in a different way. In Łódź, you see what kind of the domain, the virtualization layers, to be able to talk about the deciphering of data, because this was one segment network and we had to restore this possibility. But unfortunately, the breaking in, when mistake we did encapsulation, we took out the database and it was untouched, so there was no problem. We managed to restore it without problems. And now the director of the hospital.
Dobra, już kończę.
Yes, I'm about to
Będę
finish.
mówił teraz na zakończenie.
So just to finish off, I would like to show you the simplest cost-free procedure which will verify the IT. When was update? Do we check the backup copy? When have we checked backup? Once per week is enough. The hospital will be far more secured. 2 projects to finish off. We work with NASC with a project of the skeleton network to which hospitals will be able to get connected, and within this skeleton they will have the anti-malware services. So this poorly configured firewall probably will not be able to be attacked, because firewalls of NASC will filter the traffic before. So it will be the project which will, regardless of the competences of the service in the hospital, will give you some chance for safety. And the second project is the monitoring of threats. We do the scanning, which I mentioned, by one person from CES, who always talk to the hospital, helps with configuration. We want to get a tool which makes scans in an automatic way and trigger it for the whole sector.
And then our CESIR will monitor this. We will know earlier than you from the IT guys from hospitals that they have some susceptibilities, and we will talk with them to remove this weak point. That's it. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy. To było bardzo
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. I'm sorry that I needed to interrupt the speaker, but now we'd like to invite Mr. Tomasz Zieliński, Vice President of the Federation, of the Porozumienie Zielonogórskie Federation.
Ja będę miał trochę łatwiej, więc może trochę nie będę tyle przedłużał, bo
my task will be a little bit easier, so I will try to meet the time discipline requirements. I will tell you what we do within the POZ. I mean the basic healthcare system. Previously we didn't have any computers. It was quite a comfortable situation. There were no cyber threats to us. Unfortunately, the digitalization came to us, and IT systems were installed, dozens of systems that we need to log into, that we need to use, and our work started to be less medical and more organizational, and the personnel is a little bit brought down by this. This is specifics of POZ, I mean the basic healthcare units. This is a little bit different structure than in hospitals, because there are many small POZ entities. We have more than 6,000 of them, and they don't have any single IT guy, even if they have some cooperating, supporting company, they are external companies and their IT engineer just connect remotely with the IT system of the POZ entity. So such a guy is not able to see visually that something is wrong, because in terms of IT everything works well. So if there is no request for them to do something, such an IT engineer will do nothing, because he needs to support several dozens of POZ units. The healthcare services that are provided by tired, quite often aged medical personnel, who in the beginning of their work and for most of their professional life, they were not accustomed to use digital solutions. They don't feel these cyber threats. They are happy that they were able to log in, and whether there is somebody behind this, some bad guy that could do some harm, they forgot to log out from the system because it's more comfortable. I remember when I introduced automatic logging out of all the users after 15 minutes without any actions. The personnel was against it, because they need to log in and log in again and again. So this is something that refers to everybody. However, in our basic healthcare units, proportion of those who have some digital competencies is much worse than in hospitals. And most of us in the POZ, we are the doctors of medicines, we are owners, and we are, let's say, self-taught IT guys, and we were able to generate a list of patients and sent it on a diskette to the National Healthcare Unit. We were thinking that we are able to do everything in the IT domain. And actually, any expenditure on the IT or IT engineer is, let's say, reducing our incomes. So if somebody hasn't experienced any IT problems, there is no motivation to do anything with this. So we are quite susceptible to even small cyber attacks, and often when we talk with our colleagues, with our organization, let's say it was better with paper-based documentation, because nobody would be able to break into our paper-based documentation. So what was the reason to get computerized? And actually, paper-based documentation was even more susceptible, for example, for data leak, because it was enough to have a cleaning lady who could open the drawers. I remember the public clinics that I visited. I'm not visiting them today, but certainly it's the same today, where the drawers with documentations were standing on the corridors, so anybody, any unauthorized person could take any paper documents he or she wants. So there was, let's say, not so popular. If somebody has stolen some documents, this has some only local importance, but such cases were not reported by the nationwide media. And it happened that in one POZ entity, that thousands of patient history cards were just thrown to the waste bin. And we've been dealing with all the citizens, all foreigners who came to Poland either from the EU or from outside of the EU, including also those who came from Ukraine, and if I don't have proper security measures, it's quite easy to get an access to the patient's data. We, as the doctors, are authorized to get an access to the medical data of patient without patient consent. However, if somebody breaks into my computer and he or she works as myself, such a hacker could be able to reach out for any data. It's difficult to get the right protection because we are exchanging the data all the time, and our systems are open, and we, without knowing how we should take care about security, we rely on IT companies that provide software to us. So if those companies do the right job, then it's okay. If they are not good enough, we are exposed to a danger, but we have no competencies to assess this. So what's missing in our system is somebody who would check whether what we obtain as the software is secure enough, because we are open to the world all the time, because we have our branches that we need to contact with. Also, we have remotely working IT engineers, and we as the doctors, we'd like to work from home without reaching the data of individual patient, but we can perform some reporting and some similar jobs from home. And now I'm switching to cyber attacks. We heard a lot about cyber attacks that happen, and from my experience, from talks with my colleagues from all over Poland, these attacks take place all the time, but they are not made publicly known, and most of these cyber attacks were not sufficient, were not effective enough, because most of my colleagues performed the documentation in two forms, as the hard copy and as the digital documentation. So if there was a cyber attack, then always this paper-based documentation was available. So the only damage was that we needed to restore, rebuild this digital documentation. So there is not so many reports about cyber attacks. They are not officially reported, and we were warned not to report such a hacker's attack to the police. And this reminds me some case of my female colleague who's a pensioner, and she wouldn't like to stay with the paper-based documentation. She preferred to learn how to do her job using computers. She experienced a ransomware attack, in the result of which all her files were ciphered. So she used just a single computer that was both a server and her workstation, and the system was ciphered. So she was calling the IT guy to find the backup copy. However, the backup copy was made on the very same computer. The backup copies were made every day, but they were ciphered like just any other files. And she reported this to the police, and the result was that the police took away her
W
computer.
tym momencie
And
nic się już nie dało zrobić, bo nawet to tutaj
from this
pokazane
moment
są
on,
metody,
nothing else could be done
zaprogramowane, w
because
jaki sposób można odzyskiwać.
although it was shown how the data could be restored, then the ciphering program was not able to cipher all the files by the end, but the computer was no longer physically available. Police didn't do anything. Police was not able to detect the perpetrator, and it happened on Friday, and we had a conference a couple of days ago, and the doctor lady said, I wouldn't report this to police anymore. And many officials told us, cannot you pay the ransom? Of course, I was against this because I told them that if we start to pay, then there will be more and more cyber attacks. But just an ordinary guy would wonder how big should be this ransom, but there was no chance to do anything because the computer was taken away by the police. And the lady said, why I switched to the digital documentation, and I still hear this question in my ears. I experienced a similar situation in June 2016, a similar situation in my clinic, and up to now I'm not able to know how this could happen, because the files on the computer in the registration desk were ciphered. We are not using any pen drives. It was hooked up to the internet just like any other computers, and I don't know how this could happen. However, this was an impulse for us to start acting, and we change everything. We are watchful. I wouldn't like to say that we are completely secure, because if I tell you I'm secure and tomorrow all my files will be ciphered, but no bigger damage was done from that time on. So I started to convince my colleagues to start doing something with this, but also starting to convince the supplier of the software. The most important thing for such a big group of people is education, just to know why we need to do so. And perhaps my colleagues are, making a laughingstock out of me that I'm traveling across Poland, and during my every speech in the end I remind them about the necessity to make backup copies. So even if a single person about such a reminder from me try to do something, try to make a backup copy, this make me believing that it was worth to talk about this. If we fail to secure our data, we would become more susceptible to lose those data, and today everything is digitalized, and I just cannot imagine what I would do if everything would be desynchronized, because I would lose the communication. And I believe that it's time to start thinking about using repositories in the cloud, because perhaps the data should be stored not only within a given entity, because hospitals, they have money, they are big enough to prepare this. However, small entities like our basic healthcare units are not wealthy enough. So another solution must be found, and within our union of the Lublin area doctors of medicine, we did something with this. We buy as the organization for our members, and we manage with it. So in 2016, in June, we come to terms. It was just a coincidence when my files were ciphered. I had a meeting with the Camso company, that's a software supplier for us, and we were to talk about something else, but I was able to talk only about security, and then the idea of making a copy in the cloud was born, and our members have the automatic mechanism of creating full backup copy in the cloud every day, and every 15 minutes the incremental backup copy is made. So in the worst case, we would lose just last 15 minutes of our work. And from that time on, we replace the hardware and software because we know that all newer versions are better protected. And there was another program for better, for bigger financing for improving security of the basic healthcare units, and no more money from that time was available as subsidies, but I believe that this may happen in the future, and this is my last slide. I'm trying to speak as quickly as possible. I believe that what's the most important thing is shown here on this slide. So, integration of all services allowing the doctor or nurse to log in into a single application and use double authentication. This is more difficult. However, all the rest is beyond the knowledge of the doctor, because the more times somebody logs in, the more times the same password is repeated. So then we need some subject matter support. What should we do? Some guidelines allowing us to test these improvements on our own. The cyber ambulance is a very good solution, but if they to visit 9,000 of our units, some dozen or so years would be needed to do this, so we need to find some other solutions to do these jobs. In the very beginning, at least those who see the need of improvement, they can ask for help, because we as the doctors of medicine are not able to provide this kind of help to ourselves. So if this help or assistance is provided, and this is my idea for implementation of such a security model, should earn some subsidy. We should fund it as some improvement, because security of the patient data are quite important thing, and this is in public interest. So we believe that it should be subsidized, and some special bonuses should be provided to those who work on improvement of the security. I'm always the fan of giving rather the carrot than a stick, because there should be some bonus for meeting the security requirements, and you will not generate any additional costs for being visited by this cyber security ambulance.
I showed a slide in which you saw the numbers. Within the previous presentation, we talked about the primary healthcare training. I talked about one of the incidents with Janusz Cieszyński before the government was changed, the Minister of Digitalization, and we were thinking about how to do it, this training, and in this training courses, it was one-to-one training for primary healthcare. When there is a trainer and personnel of basic health care. There were 988, 1,600 people were trained, and these experts are also invited by us to a conference, a regional conference, and then there is a bigger auditory, and it is necessary, it is worth continuing it, and then if we educate people, we will be able to fight back against cyber attacks in primary health care, which is a little bit difficult. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a little bit of international usage about using the chain technology to manage consents.
Invite to the stage Mr. Oliver Slapal, founder and CTO of Data Lake, who will explain to us how to use blockchain technology to manage consents.
Thank you, Carolina. Great. So it's my great pleasure to welcome here everyone who came today and didn't get scared of the weather outside, also the ones watching online. So today we're going to have a really quick deep dive into why transparency and blockchain are actually important in the medical sector. But before we start, I'd like to ask you one short question, as I know this is an intersection of law and medical sector. So who here actually works in the medical sector? Please raise your hands up. And who works in the legal sector? So almost 50-50. Great. So my name is Oliver Slapal. Just a quick introduction about me. Well, since ever I was a child, I was really enthusiastic about new technologies, and that's mainly the reason why I'm here today, speaking about blockchain. But the journey started when I was about 17 years old, when I started my first startup in Czech Republic, where I come from. In the year 2020, during the pandemic, I actually moved to Poland, where I started another startup, which, well, didn't go as expected. But later on, I met my great co-founders, Wojtek and Ligia, which is also here today. Thank you for inviting me. And we have actually founded together a startup called Data Lake. What we're trying to solve with Data Lake are actually few challenges with medical data. So just let me give you a quick introduction. As you might know, medical data is highly sensitive. There's also a regulatory landscape, which can be quite complicated. For the ones that are trying to do anything with it, there is GDPR in Europe, there is HIPAA in the United States. Well, and also, as we heard during the speeches of our last speakers, when there's a data breach, it comes at a really high cost, and it creates a lot of problems. So this actually concludes also to one point. Everyone tries to get medical data moving and monetize it somehow, but forgets about three important points. That is that every data record that's shared for non-medical purposes has to be anonymized in order to preserve data privacy. There have actually been few projects that have failed due to putting raw medical data on chain, which is, well, highly illegal. Well, also, the methods of sharing at the moment are very inefficient. I mean, it's 21st century, so I believe we should skip emails and pen drives to actually pass medical data and do it in a much more secure way. Actually, quite interesting fact, in the US, when you request for the data from the hospital, they actually send it to you still through email. And last but not least, it is actually patient who's supposed to be in control of their data. They're supposed to be the ones who can control where the data goes, and they should be able to withdraw their consent anytime. And that actually leads us to the most pressing issues. That is actually, well, the problem with consent management, right? So to date, the consents that have been collected, at least from what I know in Poland and Europe for medical data, have been done for one purpose and in a paper form, which, well, it can get really overwhelming when there's a large amount of patients. So how can actually blockchain come here into help? So let me give you a quick rundown about what is actually blockchain, what is the difference between a centralized database and a blockchain. So the difference is that blockchain is actually decentralized. So instead of having one server on which you rely, you have several servers which are called nodes, and they all have the data. So in case there's any cyber attack on one of these nodes, you still have the data. So there's no single point of failure. It's transparent to some extent, I'm going to explain later, but every actor actually sees every operation that is put on chain. And also it's immutable. Once this operation happens, the state cannot be altered. It stays forever on chain. So seeing these logos, you might think that blockchains are actually companies and brands. This is actually incorrect. Blockchain is a technology, and those are just few of the known providers. The fact is that anyone can run actually their own blockchain or use any solution. There's not one solution that's written to be used. So you must be wondering, I said that blockchain is transparent and public. So what does it mean? Not every blockchain is public. So actually, blockchain is only public when you allow the data on it to be unencrypted, the data to be actually visible to anyone. There's a lot of cryptographic methods to actually make your data safe that goes on the chain. We're not going to go this deep today, but there are actually quite few implementation. I'd like to illustrate this fact. So there's actually San Marino and their COVID certificates, which they're all fully reliant on chain, yet they do not disclose any personal information. So you can easily prove that you have been vaccinated, but you don't have to reveal your identity. There's also SolveScare patient platform, which is an Ukrainian startup which has recently launched in Korea, which again facilitates the transfer of information between the doctor and the patient without again revealing any sensitive data. There's actually one very important solution I'd love to speak today, and that's actually Data Lake's content management platform, which you might be quite unfamiliar with, but this is something we've built about 1.5 years ago together with Fundacja Podarydane, Donate Your Data Foundation, in order to start a movement that's called Global Medical Data Donation System in Poland. Well, we have succeeded right now, and we're going to be launching in the following months in other European countries. If you are whatsoever interested about this, please feel free to drop me an email or find me at the stand that's here in the hall, and you can also learn more about this this solution that might actually help address your needs. So, what we do at Data Lake, at Consentify, is actually called privacy preserving. So we allow to facilitate the flow, the exchange of consents, which are actually put on chain, but we store all the data at a trusted entity. This can actually be a foundation or another government verified entity abroad, and this is actually what we did already in Poland. In this way, actually, how it looks on chain is that thanks to our solution, the patient is in control and privacy is preserved to selected entity. This way, basically all the consent operations can be verified by the patient on chain that they're existent, that the consent has been ethically given and it's valid, yet no one else is actually, except the selected entity to which a patient gave consent, is able to verify this data. So this is how it looks like. On chain, you see a user house that doesn't give you much information, and on the other side, you have name, consent, email, on all the private information that, well, the entity you're giving data needs to know. So this way, information is anonymized, and the patient is actually in control of sharing. So I think our time is almost up. I mean, I've spent the last 7 years building blockchain solutions, so it's been really hard to give a quick dive during the 10 minutes. But if this is whatsoever raises interest in you, once again, please come speak with us. Actually, we're now onboarding not only patients, but also doctors and other medical corporations, pharma companies, research institutes to our platform. So I believe that there actually might be a solution that we can provide to you. So where to start if you want to do a blockchain implementation solution in your entity? I believe the first step is actually research. Research what are your needs, who fulfills those needs, and get in touch with these people. At this stage, really, it makes no sense creating from scratch your own solution. As I said, there's more than 1,000 solutions worldwide. Well, and finally, if you find the right solution, don't be scared to implement it. But really, do your research, and do not forget that patient privacy should always be preserved, whatever solution you choose for your institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this interesting speech. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam Państwa na
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to the discussion panel, the future cybersecurity in the healthcare sector. The moderator will be Łazarski University representatives. So now I am going to invite the speakers. Marcin Grabarczyk, Director of the Technology Transfer Business Development Division in NASK. Joanna Marczewska, Marek Kędziera, expert in the cybersecurity from the digitalization, Iwoda Maruszyńska, director of the Polish Mothers Memorial Health Institute in Łódź, and moderator Paweł Kazimierczyk. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all the panelists to begin with, and I would like to thank them for the possibility to talk. I will be standing, so maybe it's a little bit of stand-up, but the topic is very serious because we are talking about the future of the cybersecurity. So I just would like us to think about the future of the cybersecurity. And in order to answer well this question, just the question is what possibilities we have, what over the last years was done. How can we sum it up? So as you had an opportunity to listen to our former speakers, this situation doesn't look great. So there are a lot of challenges in front of us. So coming back to the summary, from my perspective as a lawyer, the last years there were quite a lot of legal acts and the changes which input some obligations connected with the cybersecurity. If we come back to the 2018, we had a general GDPR and act on the national system, the next amendments and the duties on this respect. When we talk about the medical sector, we had a new recommendation about the medical documentation in 2020. There were quite a lot of the duties concerning securing documentation which is done in an electronic form. So we can just think about it. If we have so many regulations, requirements, duties connected with the cybersecurity, why do we have situations like that from a few days ago where we had a big hacker attack from one of the lab networks and break of data? So can we do it, or if we do everything that we have and we have some kind of hacker is better and he's managing, or are there any areas to be corrected, improved, and we could do much more not to to avoid this type of situations. So the first question I would like to address to Marcin Grabarczyk, Director Marcin Grabarczyk. So NASK plays a key role when we talk about the cybersecurity role, and obviously we have the treatment entities, public entities that have to inform about the security incidents. So what kind of picture of the cybersecurity you have, and what is the scale of the informed incidents? What conclusions can we draw from it? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. So, NASK, within NASK there is CERT Polska. This is the CERT of the national level, which is in strict cooperation with the CERTs of the sectoral level. And the whole cooperation is based on the National System for Cybersecurity Act. Most of us in the public sector, which is dealing with the cybersecurity, we were just breathlessly watching the parliament of the previous tenure of office, hoping that this amendment of the act will happen and we will be on the way to NIS 2. And it hasn't happened. At the moment we apply the KSC Act from 2017 and KRE Act. What kind of landscape do we see? To CERT Poland, we have aggregated data coming from the sectoral CERTs, and we see some situation which is, I don't want to say that this is deprived or reduced to some aggregates that we can observe without these sectoral element. So what I can say is that these statistics which we observe, these incidents, are no different that we can see in other sectors that we observe. So, so vulnerability, socio-technically, those attacks for content, scan of ports, malware, ransomware. So here the landscape is very similar. We have to remember that underneath on this technical layer, I am an engineer, so it's close issue for me. So then there is TCP/IP protocol still. So there is a good coaxial cable, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and so on. But obviously the vectors of attacks are different. So I observed this landscape providing commercial services for various entities, not only from the healthcare sector. We come to the place with the pen testers, auditors, and professionals. So what we can observe here, some of the former speakers said, administrator on 1/8 of work. So if there is 40 hours, so this person has got 5 hours per day. What can you do for an internal network of the hospital for 1 hour per day? So if we are aware of the statistics, obviously this is the first line support for the employees of a given entity. So deblocking the account, helping the new accounts, unblocking the account. So data leakage protection, we do not have the time to do that. So these landscape we observe as a CERT and as NASK. And I think that I will not tell more than the former speaker from the health center said. There is really a lot to be done. Thank you very much. So when we have the ombudsman, patient ombudsman, so we, for instance, there is a necessity to protect data in this protection. So if we look at the patient ombudsman, then we see the security of the documentation. This is one of the violated rights of the patient.
Aspektów dotyczących cyberbezpieczeństwa. Więc chciałbym dopytać, jak ten obraz cyberbezpieczeństwa właśnie wygląda z perspektywy Biura Rzecznika Praw Pacjenta, czy dane pacjentów są bezpieczne, czy podmioty lecznicze dobrze wywiązują się z tego prawa do dokumentacji medycznej rozumianego także jako to bezpieczeństwo tych danych, czy Rzecznik Praw Pacjenta też zwraca uwagę, pomaga podmiotom leczniczym także w kontekście no właśnie tych aspektów bezpieczeństwa cyfrowego, dokumentacji medycznych, danych o stanie zdrowia pacjentów.
Szanowni Państwo, na początku musimy sobie
In the very beginning, we need to say what's the very nature of medical documentation. This is our impartial witness of what happened to a given patient within the treatment process. Of course, provided it's done in the proper way, it's properly filled in, it's conducted according to the legal regulations from the side of the patient. We should ask to ourselves the question in what situations the patient reaches out for this medical documentation. First of all, this documentation is needed for continuation of the treatment or for pursuing some social benefits. But also very often the patients reach out for this documentation, I mean submit an application for access to this documentation if they have any objections about the process of providing the health services. And here the verification begins, and we should tell to ourselves what are the expectations of the patients from the medical entity. First of all, he or she expects that this documentation will tell what's the real treatment process. What I mentioned before, the medical documentation must be kept in accordance with legal regulations, and secondly, this documentation must be available. And here the problem with availability begins, because we know that this documentation is a carrier of the data, including medical ones, and the access to this data is fully applicable to this case of medical documentation. What we see is there are some problems with availability of this documentation. Of course, these are not big numbers. I'm talking about the number of cases that were conducted by the patient ombudsman. However, there are some issues related to closing of a given medical entity. For example, just overnight, a door of such an entity is closed, and this is a problem for a patient because he or she is not able to continue the aid provided by the entity that was closed, and he or she needs to look for another medical entity. But in order to do so, the medical documentation of the patient is needed. And if this is not available, the patient must undergo all examinations again, and then he or she needs to take place in the queue for medical allowances. And from a couple of years, we see a slow trend that currently tells us that it's getting better in terms of this area. In 2018, the patient ombudsman published some legal clarifications that allow us to get closer to this subject and come across to expectations of medical entities. So let me put it this way. This domain still requires some verification, some control from the side of the ombudsman. However, year after year, it's getting better and better. Thank you very much. So if it's getting better, can it can it become even better? I'd like to ask this question to the representative of the Ministry of Health. And the main goal of the Ministry of Digitalization is providing cybersecurity across the whole country. So let me ask you, what are the actions conducted currently by your ministry in terms of the healthcare system? And what about cooperation between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Digitalization? And are you also responsible for the security of data also in this sector? Good afternoon, everybody. In the Department of Security of the Ministry of Digitalization, we arrange for a cycle of training courses about cyber security for more advanced people in the IT, and recently we created a cycle of training courses relating to the units of basic healthcare. You can apply for attendance in such a course, and the main emphasis in this training is put on security of the patient data and on taking care about making this sector more and more secure. We teach how to protect infrastructure. While talking about the training courses, I like to add something about the training one-on-one. This is a VIP training system that we started in 2021. In the very beginning, we did this for the local authorities of the voivodeships and particular countries. And this year, this program covers the whole country, and the sector of healthcare can apply for attendance. Well, talking about our initiatives, they include also a tri-partial agreement with the Ministry of Digitalization and the Center of Healthcare and the Syscom company. Syscom supports the Ministry of Health in the area of preventing cyber attacks. This is the global mogul that has big possibilities. And another project that's worth of mentioning is the pilot ENISA program, Cybersecurity Support Action, that's being implemented with our support. This program refers to, this is a pilot program that's conducted by the ENISA, European Agency, in order to assist in improve some aspect of cybersecurity. This year, those actions refer to the sector of healthcare and infrastructure sector, and the actions were referring to penetration tests of the entities and training for the employees in order to improve the cybersecurity level. And we have also some ad hoc actions. In the very beginning, you mentioned about the cyber attack against a network of laboratories that happened a couple of days ago. We provided some secure data allowing the customers of these laboratories whether their data leaked out. And we support also the Ministry of Health in these efforts to establish sectorial CERT. Currently, this is the sector of cybersecurity. However, because of implementation of the NIS2 directive that we need to implement by the 2nd of October next year, we will be collaborating with the Ministry of Health in order to establish this sectorial CERT. I'd like to ask you, what about this support? And This is question to Iwona Maroszyńska, to Director Iwona Maroszyńska. In your previous presentation, you said how it looked like in your case. Some of people are participating in our conference online. Could you please remind in a couple of sentences what was the support you obtained after cyber attack, and what are lessons learned from this situation? What would be your basic guidelines for other medical entities? Well, talking about my first piece of advice to other medical entities, it was already said that we should keep in mind, know why whether such a cyber attack happened, but when. Well, you asked how this happened. It always may happen. There are no such a thing in the world like completely secure systems, and the attackers are always one step before the defenders. Have we done everything that should have been done? Not. No, we haven't done it, and from what it was said here, there are some protection elements referring to both software and hardware, and awareness of the users, and lack of funding, and shortage of financing. It's not easy to find a good IT engineer who would be willing to work in the healthcare system. Now talking about this specific event that happened in our hospital, as I mentioned during my presentation, there was a moment from the personal side in the IT department that there was some negative changes, not completely define scope of responsibilities. Some people left this department, some new ones were hired. I believe that this could have some importance, and probably the watchfulness was not sufficient, because when we later on analyzed this case, perhaps this had some connection, but some 2-3 days ago there were some reports to employees of the IT department that something strange was happening on their computers. So perhaps this was the beginning of the attack. But we are talking also about these acts of law, about regulations. It's very good that all this is happening. However, we should also focus on the implementation phase, because without reducing the scope to the legal acts referring to cybersecurity, first some legal act is being issued, but then we need to implement it. I was watching very carefully the changes in the UK referring to care of pregnant woman and newborn baby. In the UK, there was such a so-called 3-stage system, and the UK joined this system 15 years after the Europe. When the results were becoming worse and worse, they put the accelerator pedal and they finished it in 2016. Nothing can be done very fast. The implementation system should be somehow structurized, including some support for the entities that are to implement the legal regulations. We are a big hospital, so perhaps in our case the situation is more difficult because of the bigger number of users, and we have also more contacts with some other big centers, not only in Poland, but it's not easy to implement such solutions. We don't have experts in all domains, so we need a kind of support, and I not mention the financial support that we need to switch to P1 platform and data. So we need to perform this system integration. But how to do this? So we need some assistance that's missing. Thank you very much. And I'd like to add something about this watchfulness. I know this from my practice that I remember that a hospital came to me that they were secured very well, but somebody has stolen their portable computer, and this was the beginning of the problem. So the systemic security is not enough if a lack of watchfulness would allow for such a physical theft of a portable computer. I have another question. This was reported, so the situation was taken care of. However, this computer and the disk were loaded. I have another question to Mrs. Monika Adamczyk, and quite often we are talking about some cyber attacks due to the human errors, and we are facing completely new challenges, referring at least to the AI, and the presentation of ENISA referred to the security in the healthcare system in the aspect of the artificial intelligence. Could you please tell us, Madam, about some key lessons learned from this? So one of the studies that we performed in 2020 that has been already published, it was our attempt to implement all these detailed guidelines. I mean, building the map of the threats, what are the possible means of protection. So we needed to perform analysis of several case studies to learn how to perform the risk analysis. And one of the studies that we performed in 2020 was use of artificial intelligence in the imagery diagnostic of osteoporosis. And we were discussing this with some experts, and this was a kind of analysis to find out what we have done. We assumed a scenario that if we are a hypothetical clinic that perform this kind of examination to check whether the osteoporosis occurred or not, what are the resources, what are the users, other stakeholders, I mean the patients, and of course the technical employees, what are the proper processes, what the machine learning processes could be used, and what are the requirements. And it happened that this was a report that was performed in the aspect of both cyber security and data protection. Of course, despite the fact that we were trying to focus on threats referring to the AI, given the fact that holistic approach is absolutely necessary. For example, somebody can steal the computer, and we were looking at this scenario also from a perspective of more extensive threats, including those related to organizational processes and the supply chain, because in artificial intelligence there is a lot of items that are obtained from other sources, algorithms, data sets, and so on. Of course, such basic requirements for security and availability is availability of the model, availability of data. I base on the so-called data triad, and we took an assumption that requirements for availability are quite low, because if this system is not available, there will be always some X-ray specialist who will be able to take a look at the picture and perform diagnosis as an expert, as the medical expert. Of course, integrity of the data was also very important to find whether they were not falsified, whether the right model was used, and what's the risk of issuing wrong diagnosis that could be critical for the patient. And of course, confidentiality of the personal data of individual categories.
Obviously, again, there was analysis what kind of breaches can be. So the violating these security elements of the diagnostic system. So the person who does this, and I just keep looking, human mistakes. So it is not sufficiently secured. Access controlled, most of those leakage of data from a lab, which will be published unless ransom is paid. So here, obviously, this is one of the examples of the threats. The threat that I mentioned, this is very concrete for AI, for instance, manipulating of the model using vision techniques, or using poisoning of data which are used for training this model. Securities that we've recommended for this scenario. Obviously, using the security by design and security by default. So thinking about the security from the very beginning. Risk analysis that everybody talked about, and risk analysis that is not at the beginning only, but it is continuous. Regular checking of effectiveness, appropriate training of these models, appropriate verification, where do data come from, what kind of conclusions are drawn from that. That obviously I will keep repeating what I said at the beginning. The holistic approach must be used. This must be security, physical, digital, and systems of AI itself. It must be security of every single one of us. It's good to hear that IT support is needed, that it's necessary to have support of the cybersecurity experts. But we have to remember that every one of us is responsible for the cybersecurity, for effective evaluation, protection of this data. And only then can we be effective, when every one of us sees their business. Because unless we see the need for it to protect, we use this principle, okay, we have to protect our data and the data of the people that we are responsible for when we have it or process. Unless we do that, the best specialists of data protection won't manage. Once again, I would like to encourage you. This report is published in great detail. Obviously, there was one example of usage because obviously now our possibilities are limited. We have only 120 people and we support the whole European Union. But we would like to encourage you to see these guidance. Thank you very much. To sum it shortly, this part, I see that we have to agree with this, but when we talk about the security procedure, this level is moderate, so we carry out activities and it improves. The topic of good direction, what's gonna come, I would like to address in this part. I would like to ask the first question to Professor Marczyńska. So what kind of support would you need and from whom? Because over the last years we had some subsidies from the public funds for the software connected with the cybersecurity Was it sufficient, or obviously money? We always need money, but apart from money, do we need some competent support, and with what respect? So, what would you need, and from whom, to make sure that the security is at the level that you would like to have it to be? It will be difficult for me to talk about the cybersecurity level because I am not a professional in this respect, but when we talk about the safety, our safety as employees, what we would expect, I would love to have very good, professional, well-trained IT personnel who would cooperate with us, who would be a partner. So now it's more than 5 people, but it's not enough. But as I say, it would be good to have people who are trained on the system of healthcare protection. This is what you said about the primary healthcare. There are some IT guys, they do something, they have over a dozen clinics with which they cooperate. And it's difficult to expect some kind of responsibility because this responsibility is at the level of taking medical decisions, but this data is also essential. I don't know. This is also the question to you. Should this person have some kind of special certificate which entitles to work in the healthcare system? So if we put such a question, can we afford it to expect this thing? Because this is the next thing. Because I think that unless we have good IT department, we won't have it. What you mentioned is very essential. We have to remember, be careful. Training courses is very important. Repeating these courses, maintaining this some level of alert. Because when I see what's happening in the hospital, 1 year ago there were training courses. I am very grateful for the help from NASK, from e-Zdrowie, from the ministry. But I see that somehow people are not alert enough. After 1 year, now this diagnostic when there is the hacker attack, so we were alerted a bit. But even if today we decide that we have trained this personnel well, in in 6 months or a year, we have to repeat it, and we need to have some funding for that. But to have a true IT department, it would be important. I just would like to also talk about the archives. I would like to have a professional archives. We have to keep documentation 20 years after death, 30 years. For instance, air condition, protection against moisture. Everything costs money. I don't know whether hospitals have professionally prepared archives. So then patient could wait maybe shorter, and we just keep looking for these rooms. So we just look where we can put it. There is a lot to be done in this respect. So definitely it is better and better. This support does exist, and we are very grateful for this support. But as I mentioned, keeping this alert level is essential, and there is a lot of work in front of us. So let's touch upon this issue that we do not put any requirements about the personnel. We have a lot of requirements about the systems, but we do not have any regulations which would require some standards from the people who are responsible for the system. Obviously, this is a problem, because if we put a standard, we may not have people who meet the standard. So, well, as an anecdote, I would like to tell you, since I have a close person who works in IT of one of the big banks. It's not the National Bank of Poland. And we were talking about our IT department, and he asked how much IT guy said, and said, okay, so it's the same as our remuneration, but per day. So talking about the issue of responsibility for I would like to direct this question to the representative of the patient ombudsman, Mariusz. It is very often the question whether patient is responsible for its for his data protection. What kind of support can we expect from the patients to improve their digital competences? What should be the role of the patient's ombudsman to talk about this cyber security?
Słabym ogniwem w
The
systemie ochrony
poor link in the healthcare's personal data protection system is always human being. It concerns not only people who work in the IT medical service, but most of all the patient himself. Obviously, here in the patient ombudsman office, we see people who are aware of their rights, but they expect medical entities to address it. But they don't observe the fact that they can do something in this moment that can cost so much. So to the office of the patient ombudsman, there are always complaints that, for instance, there is a documentation in open file. He doesn't realize that somebody can break into his email and read all this data.
Ja też troszkę tutaj
And
mogę
here I can
ponieważ on też szuka pomocy, tak?
say be in favor of this patient because he's got a medical problem and some kind of this data protection is not as important as the problem that he wants to solve.
No, załóżmy tak, szuka
He is looking for some kind of entity who can help in cancer disease, sends this documentation abroad.
Też obserwujemy
But we also observe
w tych otwartych plikach
that in these open files you have communication within the clinical research between the researcher and the participant. So there are areas where this help to the patient is needed,
ale przede wszystkim
but most of all via education.
staramy się
We educate, we try to inform patient
jego prawach,
not only about his rights, but about what he should do
nawet z nami,
in the contact even with us, the office of the patient's ombudsman. So it is necessary to build awareness in the patients not only for his rights, but also about the fact that his personal data protection is necessary. So thank you very much. The topic of the patient's awareness. So when we talk about medical data, when we have some data leakage or hacker attack, we have many potential threats: internet, AI, IoT, AI, telemedicine. We talk about the consulting, but it might be telemonitoring of the implanted devices. So this type of implant can make some kind of problems with a person. So now the question to Mr. Grabarczyk. So what is the potential vision of the future, the potential threats, and how NASK can support the healthcare sector to get prepared for this current and potential threat, so that we are not taken by surprise by something that could have been foreseen one day before? I will start from the second part of the question, and I will start from saying this. I love this type of questions. What will NASK plan? NASK is a huge entity. This is 1,200 people. This is over 1 billion turnover per annum, and we have more than one image. So we see that NASK is CESIRT of the on the national level, is the state research institute that runs cyber security, AI, telecommunication, IT research work. So we have the full department dealing with bio IT. So it's not even one bio IT. We have the department dealing with AI. So also the ones which are dealing with the linguistics. As an example, I can say Konrad Ciecierski, PhD, who in cooperation with Professor Mandat, they came up with a new approach to have operations on open brain, shortening them from a few hours down to even 40 minutes. So we are also the co-creators of OSE. So this is the abbreviation for the National Medicals Network. So we want to include all the medical entities to our own intranet, save the intranet. So this work together with the Ministry of Digitalization. It was supposed to be financed from the National Plan for Reconstruction. Apart from these three things that I've mentioned, also certain now and research. So we have two big groups of products and services which we provide. So this is procedural and technical cybersecurity. In this first group, we are able to spread support and check with all the legal acts, GDPR and Polish legal acts within this technical cybersecurity, scanning, defining vulnerability, help with configuration, scanning inside and external from the exploit, so with the breaking trials. So I just would like to say that NASK can help in four aspects. So first, CESIRT, OSMED, and then commercial science and commerce. You asked also about the threats. When we talk about the threats from the new latest technologies, there are a lot of them, and I just would like to refer to one of them, especially these big language models. I remember 2020s, we just said, okay, Google it. So in 2010, okay, tweet it. There was a boom for Twitter. So now I see a boom, okay, ask ChatGPT. So I observe this type of trend. I just would like to remind to you on many conferences and so this is not a source of knowledge, but the tool to operate text. IT, we say cloud is just someone else's computer. So this ChatGPT is set on OpenAI servers, and you have to remember that if you put medical documentation and asking what happens to me, it's like giving this documentation to somebody else. So there are a lot of threats. We observe questions coming, okay, will you build us our own LLM? So for diagnosing for the problems in the power sector, without data leakage, trained on our own data, this is the safe solution. Obviously, when we talk about the telemetrics and telemedicine, there are a lot of issues like that, so NAS can help in each of them. Thank you very much. So, if we are in the plans for the future, I would like to address the representative of the Ministry of Digitalization. So, what are the plans for the future? Okay, we talk about the cybersecurity. What are the concepts to do in the years to come? What are the key challenges and how do you want to address them? I would like to address what you said, that this is at the middle level.
I'd like to tell you that it's very difficult to define level of cybersecurity. It's not a matter of just pressing a push button. We are talking about all these threats related to the AI. And let's see what's happening behind our eastern border. There is also a group of hackers who are trying to get into our IT structure, where we are trying to implement the plan 2019-2024, how it will look like in the next years, 25 to 30. It will depend on the new management of new leaders of new government that will be formed in the nearest future. Certainly, basing on various reports from various ministries that were submitted to us referring on the strategy, we'd like to attach a big weight to financing. This should be a part of our strategy. Many of you mentioned about this. Highly qualified employee is very important for a proper operation of the cybersecurity system. There mustn't be a situation where highly skilled guys just cannot afford for working in the state administration, and there are some additional benefits for IT engineers because that's very important for us in terms of cybersecurity, so there were some additional benefits, but it should be provided to more extensive group of IT engineers. Well, still talking about the strategy, we need to also provide our own software development, and we continue all these elements that are important in our current strategy, and they will be continued. I'd like to highlight the fact that we are talking about the recent data leak out from the ALAP. This is a private company. It was not included in the cybersecurity system. Probably they will get some subsidy, and probably there will be a conclusion that also such entities should be connected with the national security system. But right behind our threshold, there is a NIS2 directive that increases responsibility of the key operators. This will include also small entities having a significant impact on the supply chain. In terms of the laboratory, I know that they collaborate with the primary healthcare units, so it should be taken into account. And the latest question to Mrs. Monika Adamczyk, how does it look like from the level of the European Union and especially the ENISA organization? Well, let me mention briefly about most of the legal frameworks that are imposed on the healthcare system. This is, of course, the NIS directive. The second version of it was implemented last year, however, not in Poland so far. The Cyber Insurance Act that's being negotiated right now, designed to deal with all the problems referring to medical installations. The GDPR that exists for many years. When I was living in Poland, I was working on this general data protection regulations for many years, and of course the AA Act that currently we do hope that negotiations of it will be completed, and some other initiatives. For example, the new house data regulations that is designed to introduce some safe space. And of course, all these are legal acts, and of course, the legal acts alone cannot improve the security level. What ENISA is doing in this area? We don't create legislation, we just support the European Commission. And because of this, what we've been dealing with is, as I already mentioned, we perform many analyses basing on which we publish good practices, and many of those publications refer to the healthcare system, improvement of the awareness both among the private sector, public administration, improvement of awareness for citizens of the EU, building the awareness in terms of cybersecurity, and also providing assistance to the member state in terms of implementation of this. I know it's getting very late and everybody is hungry. In 2020, a special working group for the health issues, so-called Works Team 12, was established, and ENISA is a member of this team. An example of some specific support is that starting from the previous year, ENISA once a year runs a campaign to improve the awareness of the healthcare system in terms of cybersecurity. If anybody is interested in this data, after visiting the ENISA website, you can find the right bookmark. Some of these publications were translated in foreign languages like French, Spanish, not into Polish, unfortunately. However, within our capabilities, if a request for translation of such material will be submitted, if we only had the budget, we'll be able to do this. Not always everybody is in good command of English. I mentioned about this threat landscape for the healthcare sector that was built in June this year. ENISA also participates actively in Health ISAC, an organization devoted to exchange of information, cooperation, and sharing of support within this area. And we also arrange for an annual conference about cybersecurity in the healthcare sector. These are just examples of our activities. The strength of our team is only 120 people. Let's try to compare this with 1,200 employees of the NASC. The healthcare sector was one of those sectors that was mentioned in the initial, original version of the NIS. So I do hope that whatever we are doing is just a small brick in supporting of everybody in effective protection of the healthcare system. Thank you very much. I believe that a lot will be happening in the nearest years, both on the national and the EU level. I believe that there will be a lot to be discussed within the next edition of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend my thanks to the panelists, and I'd like to invite everybody for a lunch.
Bardzo dziękujemy za tak ciekawą i owocną dyskusję, która zakończyła sesję pierwszą Cyberbezpieczeństwo w podmiotach leczniczych. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam Państwa na 20-minutową przerwę, w trakcie której serwowany jest obiad na pierwszym piętrze uczelni. Na zewnątrz zamieściliśmy strzałki, które pomogą Państwu skierować się we właściwą stronę, w razie czego proszę podejść na recepcję i widzimy się o 12:50.
A, wymutowane. Raz, raz.
Szanowni Państwo, po frekwencji widzę, że obiad wszystkim smakuje, ale mamy też uczestników online, którzy już czekają, więc zapraszam na sesję drugą, dane medyczne dla celów niemedycznych. Przypomnę również, że organizatorami dzisiejszej konferencji są Polska Federacja Szpitali, w Zdrowiu, Kancelaria DZP oraz Uczelnia Łazarskiego. Naszymi tegorocznymi partnerami są Data Lake, LuxMed, KPMG oraz Wolters Kluwer. A już teraz zapraszam na prezentację na temat Europejskiego Systemu Zarządzania Danymi. Słów kilka na temat nowych horyzontalnych regulacji o wymianie danych, którą wygłosi pani Joanna Malczewska z Departamentu Zarządzania Danymi w Ministerstwie Cyfryzacji.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Postaram się, żeby to rzeczywiście było słów kilka i raczej pozwoli to na sprint przez temat, a nie maraton ze względu na małą ilość czasu. Ale zanim przejdę do tematu, czyli do Europejskiego Systemu Zarządzania Danymi i tych dwóch podstawowych regulacji nowych, horyzontalnych, które ten system budują, chciałabym zacząć od początku, od genezy, od europejskiej strategii w zakresie danych, która buduje europejską politykę cyfrową i jest takim dokumentem, który zapowiedział powstanie tego systemu. On w założeniu ma być konkurencyjnym dla tego, który jest, czy dla tych systemów zarządzania danymi, które są tworzone przez gigantów technologicznych, ma być oparty na nieco innych zasadach, ma być podporządkowany takim jasnym, klarownym, bardzo transparentnym zasadom dostępu i wymiany danych, ma umożliwić jednostkom kontrolę nad tym, kto i na jakich zasadach ma dostęp do naszych danych osobowych. I ten system zarządzania danymi jest jakby elementem takiego większego planu komisyjnego czy unijnego, który zakłada powstanie jednolitego rynku cyfrowego, który z zamierzenia ma dzięki zwiększeniu ilości danych, ożywieniu wymiany danych przynieść korzyści nie tylko gospodarcze, ale i społeczne, przyczynić się do rozwoju badań naukowych i zapewnić sukces Unii na następne dekady. System cyfrowy, czy ten jednolity rynek cyfrowy opierać się będzie o koncepcję takiej przestrzeni, europejskiej jednolitej przestrzeni danych, której podstawowymi filarami są zapowiedziane w strategii przestrzenie sektorowe. Tych przestrzeni ma być początkowo 9, w takich najważniejszych sektorach gospodarki i najważniejszych sektorach społecznych. Jedną z takich przestrzeni jest przestrzeń do spraw zdrowia, ale też przemysłu, czy produkcji przemysłowej, do spraw zielonej transformacji, czy mobilności. I system zarządzania danymi nowy tworzony ma wspomóc tworzenie i funkcjonowanie takich sektorowych przestrzeni danych właśnie w ramach jednolitego rynku.
We're talking about the single digital market. There are two parts in this legal layer to define the general rules for data exchange, and the subject of this presentation, or two subjects, I mean data management and legal acts on the data, but here in this place also the GDPR regulation would take its place as the horizontal regulation, and also act on artificial intelligence being proceeded would be included here, as well as other regulations. And from the point of view of the health-related data, it's important that these regulations will be supplemented by sectorial ones that will govern exchange of the data in response to the needs of individual sectors. And here is the place of the design or draft of the Union's regulation on the data. Let's go now to the EU regulation that is in force since 24th of September. This is chronologically the first regulation that was adopted after agreeing upon the strategy on data governing and governance, and 3 of 4 points, I mean the mechanism of data protection, services of the data agents, and the European Council for Innovation is mentioned on the slide. I wouldn't like to tell you too much about this. It's important due to just one reason. It will be very important in the process of creating regulations of interoperativeness and adopting standards for data exchange. And now let me tell you a few words about this act in a more detailed way. The first pillar of regulation, I mean reuse of protected data. It's about the protected data that are owned by the administration, I mean entities of the public sector, no matter how the administration get in possession of them. This could be the data taken from outside, bought or generated for their own needs, and generated in triple P, whatever is the data to be protected, and it's to be confidential. It is subject to protection. These are data that are burdened with the third person right, and because of this the confidentiality should be provided, and mechanism of their reuse consists of the fact that on request of any stakeholder or entrepreneur, they could be made available only in the way that would provide this confidentiality. All this mechanism of data reuse is quite complex, and the data will be made available on request, and in every member state there will be an information point that will be the source of information, what data available, who's the owner of those data. An important element of this structure is the body of a given hosting country that will support the users in the process of making this data securely available while maintaining the confidentiality. We are talking about anonymization or some other approaches. We are talking also about some secure data processing environments, or reducing the users only to the directly interested parties. Another area that governs the data management process is completely new domain. I mean the data agency services. It was built anew because these agency services have been known before. However, whatever is defined in DBA is designed to provide secure data exchange, because this data could be exchanged in various formats. This could be exchange of data in the B2B format, but this includes also the physical person's data that are made available to various entities. However, this will be commercial services that will have to be paid for, and the scheme is quite simple. It's about service consisting in agency in transferring data from those who's got the right to dispose those data to those who would like to use them. And one of the conditions for rendering such services is the ban for monetization of this data. So this data will be made available for the user without possibility to using them for their own purposes. This is so-called data neutrality that's designed to increase credibility and trust to the services rendered by the data agents. Another component is the system of reports. Such agents are subject to registration, and the state obtains tools to monitor their activity. Some penalties may be imposed on such agents if they violate the law, or even they could be completely banned from continuation of their activity. And in order to increase visibility of these new services and their credibility, there is a possibility for these agents who meet some requirements to use a uniform European logo. The name of this is quite long, Union Recognized Data Supplier, but this emblem is to promote this kind of services and increase their visibility, and there are similar rules to govern the data altruistic data exchange. This is about transferring data by both physical persons and entrepreneurs for goals. Examples of this are included in the DGA. However, DGA doesn't include the full catalog of such cases or services that may a little bit stifle this mechanism. However, the loop is a possibility of making the definition of this more precise in the national law. This altruistic data exchange is important for some entities, such legal persons that were established in order to provide general good services. They are non-profit organization or provide activity within data altruism through a structure that's legally independent on the structure that would provide some other kind of activity within such an organization. And an example of such data altruistic data organizations is the organization that is subject to supervision, and they could use also the same EU's logo. And what's important are the requirements imposed on them in terms of transparency. First of all, that's about very transparent and open information about the goal of their activity. This data, and if this data are processed, the reporting obligations are quite extensive, and they need to adhere to a code of conduct that imposes of them additional requirements for security, for transparency in their activities, or requirements referring to promoting of the data altruism idea. Now, I'd like to move to present to you the another act on data. I mean, chronologically, second regulation shaping the European data management system. It's completely fresh project or draft that was just last Monday adopted by the European Commission. It is sent for European Parliament It is expected that it will be agreed upon next year and will be made effective after 20 months, and it's designed for B2B data exchange between entrepreneurs, but also B2C for consumers, I mean between entrepreneurs and their customers. And the four most important areas are presented here. The most innovatory is B2B access to private data, I mean for legal persons, for administration, and for bodies of the European Union, but this is also about access to the data generated by the IoT devices. This is a regulation of the data processing services to make it easier to change your data supplier and in order to avoid this locked-in effect.
This is also a very important issue that which talks about requirements concerning interoperability that must be fulfilled by the people who participate in data exchange. So operators of the data space or these suppliers of data processing, so that we can create technical conditions for the data exchange between the sectors. So lack of standards, lack of some technical conditions is quite painful. The first area of the act that I would like to tell you a little bit more, this is access to the data generated by IoT equipment, so like intelligent fridges, cars, data, raw data, so no processed data, about data which are generated by sensors, diagnostic data coming from the monitoring of the surrounding, which should be available for the users of these people, so for the owners, for the tenants, for lessees. It can be institution, it can be natural person, legal person, whomever. You name it. If there are a few owners, each of them have got the right to access the data from such an equipment. The basis is very unformalized application filed online. It should be a simple access from the equipment level in a format that is possible for machine processing, and in the access and in the data which are available for the producer or for the users. For user of such data, for the user of this type of equipment, the access is free of charge. But there is a possibility that this data can be available to the third entity, to the application, after the application of the user. So entities like, for instance, organization for altruistic data, or data supplier, the middleman, or, for instance, aftermarket services. So when we talk, for instance, about the automotive industry, possibility to access data generated by the car for the service people or spare parts providers. And here we talk about access which is paid for. The third user has got the access after meeting many conditions. And the most important condition is that it is forbidden to use this data to create competitive products. So, and obviously it is not possible to violate secrets of the enterprise. We talk about these regulations, that we talk about the obligatory access of the IoT is accompanied by horizontal principles, which are referring to all the forms of data exchange which is executed between the companies. So in the B2B format, which is done on the basis of the EU regulations or on the national regulations be set on the basis of the EU regulations. So if EU regulations require access, making this data available, and it is in business relationship, these are the principles that should regulate this exchange. Very regular provisions concerning guarantee of access, and it cannot be discriminating, and the person who has got the data is obliged to prove that this is met. There is also regulation about the fees and what to do with abusive contractual clauses and solving the disputes for the agreements concerning data exchange. That is this is how it looks like from the point of view of the administration of the Data Act. So this is a completely novelty. So for the first time it was introduced the rights that regulate access of the administration to the private data. So data which are possessed by legal entities, it is limited if there is an exceptional need, which should be limited also in scope and time, and it must be accompanied by additional circumstances which are connected with reacting to public threats. So for instance, it can be access to personal, non-personal data. And the second instance, the second case, so the public organ must perform a task in the public interest, and it is not possible to do it otherwise unless it gets this type of issue. So this was the only way to do it. So only getting this private data can it execute this private issue. So this is non-personal data access. And now very quickly, because the time flies, and the last part concerning Data Act, the question of the provider of data processing. This data processing, this is cloud computing maybe, but the scope is a little bit wider. Here you have it written down, and in short, the point is that data suppliers must show what kind of conditions we will have when we change these suppliers. What are the technical data? What conditions will have to be made? What should be the time for data transfer? All the information that will make it possible this type of change of supplier to plan it, and it is. This is either 30 days or 7 months in case of very complicated situations. There is a big change in pro-consumer regulation. Is a decision to reduce in the first phase and after the second, after 3 years, rejecting fees for connection and making it possible to have some connection and make it facilitate here the connection. So here the open apps that can be verified before you sign agreement with a supplier. And this is the last slide of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. We had an European approach taking into account data governance, and now we are talking about the GDPR, active medical data protection. I would like to invite Paweł Kaźmierczyk from the DZP law firm. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to show you in a telegraphic shortcut our path to European medical data, what is the prospect in front of us, and what are the problems and the challenges in front of us, especially when we talk about secondary data processing. So how our current regulations look like in this context, and what potentially can be changed. So without further ado, let's start from the fact, why is this medical topic is so important? Why do we talk about it a lot? You see here a few basic ones. First of all, now data are available. It concerns Poland and other European countries, because it was many times that it was we have the medical data on paper. Now this data is available to access and process in electronic version. At the previous panel it was said that the process of caring for cyber security, this is IT process. So you see on this slide that this is a process, this is a summary of the last 10 years when we talk about the e-zdrowie system construction in Poland. So you see some chosen milestones. Obviously it is done from my perspective as a lawyer. So the most important legal changes we can change, we can go back to 1211 to see how it looked like. So we see that this is some functioning like internet patient account, so how to establish patient registers and how to import it to the central system. On 2015 we have a great opening of telemedicine and possibility to conclude agreements for data processing. So different type of agreements were concluded. There were various interpretations, and here this is just sending information and processing it in the computing cloud. 2019, 2021, there is a big acceleration, so electronic documentation, so electronic medical documentation. It's not the same as the medical documentation as in the electronic form. So here we talk about different documents like e-prescription and e-direction. During pandemic we managed to do this. We were much better prepared for it. So it was at that time it was possible to digitalize paper documentation into electronic version. That means that this paper we can do the scan, sign it, and this type of process document has got the value of original in case of proceedings before the court. So e-directions in 2020. So it is important because it just showed the electronic version which was justified. So in law it is absolutely necessary to run all these documents in electronic versions. There are some exceptions, like for instance KID, health book register. and some documentation would make it impossible to do it in the electronic version, then it is allowed to do it in the electronic version, or in paper. So this is something that can be done. And I think this is a key, the Data Governance Act, which was mentioned at the previous presentation. It was the EU regulation which is in force in all the EU member countries, like GDPR. We have the national act on the data management, which should supplement the GDPR. We are at the moment at the stage of drafting. These regulations are not binding. So as you see, this data are available. There are more and more of them. So we can start using this data. And I think that the biggest part of the innovation. So when I talk with people who are aware that obviously the AI is developing on basis on this this data processing, so secondary usage of this data, using them in scientific situations, is so important. In the context of today's topic about cybersecurity, we have yet another aspect. This is the cybersecurity, more threats, more data processed in the electronic version. The next important change or the challenge is the fact that this data is the basis for further changes. So if we analyze different issues connected with the data healthcare, so most of the acts we talk about using this data. So for instance, Oncology Act is going to collect this oncological data, and then the quality coefficients will be counted, and on this basis we will shape our policy. So this is quite a lot of about the quality. What will quality mean? So it will depend on what data we will collect. We will define what our requirements are and what is this titled quality of care over the patients. So data is the strategic area of the European Union. So it was mentioned in the previous presentation, so I will not develop on this issue, because European Union sees all these possibilities and benefits. So the next things are done by these acts when we talk about using this data. And now just a few words of summary, because if we have more and more data, as you've seen this process, these acts are introduced. Is it really so good? Is it really so well? So we see the various character when we talk about the use this data, various barriers, legal, technical, financial, and awareness oriented. When we talk about the legal barriers, so we have different areas and different. It is very dispersed. We talk about the principles. We have the principles about the act on the information about the health. You say in the Article 35, we talk about the principles how the medical data can be made available. So some of these regulations were adopted at various stages over the last 10 years. So partly they were written as paper-based ones. So with the question of how we should refer to this digital information. And I think that one of the biggest challenges when we talk about the secondary usage of this data for the scientific issues, this is the clear guidance for anonymization of data. So we know, because we have definition, what is the nickname and anonymization, because the point is that when we talk about the nicknaming and we start anonymous data, and that there is the risk of de-anonymization of this data. And this is a key, because this personal data
Przetwarzania i naszego wykorzystywania to
for their processing, we use GDPR, and when we have anonymized data, we don't apply GDPR, so it's easier to send it over. So, for instance, technical issues. So the question how easy it is to send this data, whether they can be read, how by the systems, how can they be read by this system. So for many years this is a topic which is proceeded and discussed, and there are a lot of challenges in this respect. So we talked about financial barriers, so how difficult it is to buy new systems, and how difficult it is to do it at the level of a treatment unit. The next barrier, the awareness. So clients can be afraid that we had so-called pregnancy register. So the patients can have some anxiety whether or not their data are safe when digitalized. And here you see chosen statistical data. So here we had some e-zdrowie center, so IT center. So you can see this is the last research from September 2022. When we talk about the publication, we see that every 10th entity doesn't have this documentation in electronic version. So at the beginning we lose the 10% of this potential data. When we talk about over 30%, they have this partial digital documentation, partially that, for instance, for the whole hospital, only given the types of documents are digitalized. So this data is also available in this possibility. In the third bullet, less than 60% introduce the indexing of this documentation and introduce reporting of medical incidents. So at the central level, we are not able to locate, and we do not have data about over 40% of services that are done, and in case of Data Act we have to do it.
In the context of the healthcare, this aspect is extremely important, because in this way we would see all the data related to the provided healthcare services. I was talking about the paper-based documentation, and as you see on the last bullet, many entities are not using these possibilities of converting this paper documentation into digital one. And we have some increase of use of digital data, and the question is how this was defined and whether the responses were properly thought out. However, it's important that the trend is growing, so we can expect that also with use of the artificial intelligence, this digital medical data will be more and more important. So this way you can see a justification for the application for making new regulations, because we have some barriers referring to the healthcare data and non-uniform implementation or problem with interpretation of the general data protection regulation is kind of a barrier, because we have different understanding in terms of processing of the health status information. Every single member state can have slightly different regulations. In general, they are quite similar. However, these details make a difference. So we have problems with anonymization of data and the whole process of making use of the health status data. Also, as we can see from the second bullet, this process was not fully successfully implemented. And according to this justification, most of the citizens of the European Union support this use of legal framework for use of medical data, also in the anonymized and pseudonymized form, and the data of this kind must be used or processed according to consent of the patient. And due to organizational reasons, this may be quite difficult, and this mechanism of mechanization and pseudonymization, it's not easy to implement them. Talking about some changes to be implemented, we have several changes that are ahead of Poland in the years 22-27. There will be an act on medical data. This would be very important to structurize all this information and avoid some doubts and to avoid some risks resulting from those doubts in terms of making this data available. If we take a look at the Recovery Fund, KPO, we have some provisions about spending the money on the health-related purposes, and more than 30% of the voivodeship level hospitals are to use this kind of money. And we have also some information about key institutions and the national forms for collection of the data, and we have quite important changes at the EU level, and that's about the European data space referring to health. There are two basic areas to be governed by this, the primary use of the data and reuse of this data. It's a similar situation to the one we have in Poland. A single data access point and possibility of send some documents like prescription or some basic data on health of a given patient, and this is transferred to the EU level. So there must be a similar system must be created in every single member state. So if I go for vacations to Spain and I need to see a doctor, this doctor will have access to all my medical data. And the issue of using of this data, that's again about the Data Governance Act in the sectorial approach. How to use medical data from the level of medical entities. And here is something that I mentioned already in terms of the Data Act, and I wouldn't like to repeat what I already said. And ladies and gentlemen, what are the key final conclusions? I'm not talking about the need for regulations and new acts of law in this area. So first, two basic values must be balanced: health and privacy. And for the health purposes, as much as possible of this data should be available to make them accessible by the medical personnel, but in the same time the privacy must be protected by the GDPR regulation. And what's needed here and now, as you can see, there is a lot of things needed. We will need to learn how to provide completeness of the data, and we need to structurize the rules for access to medical data. we need to meet also some rules for anonymization and pseudonymization of medical data, including especially sensitive data. And in the very end, a couple of very specific examples. We are talking about making medical documentation available for scientific purposes, for students, for research institute, without disclosing the name of other data that allowed for identification of a given patient. So probably that's about pseudonymization. Or should we use anonymized data? And another big area of medical research is the fact who's the administrator of this data, co-administrator, whether this is a research center or entities that deals with monitoring of this data. We have our national act of law about scientific research in the area of medical products, and now how we'd like to get prepared for this European data space, how to increase our capability to reuse the data. There are some initiatives of the medical chamber. I have the pleasure to collaborate with them. We are working on the draft project of regulation, and on about 100 pages we present our demands and requests for the data, and public consultation of this data is to expire tomorrow. So if any of you would like to say something about this, we would be very much indebted for sharing your opinion with us. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Hubert Łazarczyk, the head of the Artificial Intelligence section, who will tell us about the Center of Digital Medicine as the way of implementing the AI in cardiology in Poland. Mr. Hubert Łazarczyk, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. As it was said, my name is Hubert Łazarczyk, and not a long time ago I was the head of the section of the Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Analysis in the National Institute of Cardiology, and for a couple of days I'm the head of the Digital Medicine organization. For nearly 15 years I've been dealing in broadly understood medical data system, maintaining and developing them, building of our own dedicated solutions, but also supporting needs of the scientists by adjusting the system for their needs, by building a dedicated components, by data collection, cohorting of patients, and building the data sets under our power. And I will try to be brief because we are after the lunch and I'm not a very experienced speaker, so I will tell you how it's worth to develop this kind of data collection in medicine and how we are going to achieve this goal. We're talking about the data being collected in medicine. Our central system actually exists from 2006, when we implemented digital radiology, and also later on about traffic of the patients and all the events related to this. From 2009 I started work on structurizing of those data And it worth of mentioning that the structurizing data that are present in hospital system, it's a key issue, and unfortunately it's not easy. And quite often it's not documented in the right way. In 2012, we made two key steps. First, we've implemented our system in the system of medicines and other medical means, and we also implemented a tool for searching the data sets, and we use it also for settlement of expenditures, and this way we are able to perform better and easier settlement with the National Health Fund. Well, in order to present to you in a more detailed manner the way we are doing this, we have more than 15 million of diagnostic examination, nearly 2 million of medical visits, and 6 million of non-structurized doctor's notes, and it's in total about 1.5 terabyte of data, and we are quite, that's about the systemic data, and we are coming close to 200 terabyte of imagery data. For us, this is from 300 to 350 gigabytes a day. Why, in general, we believe that we should take care of this? Data are of key importance for development of medicine. Probably each of you understand this. They contribute to improvement of the healthcare. Medical data, like information of the disease history, about genome of a patient, about laboratory tests and so on, or imaging data, allows to develop very precise diagnostic method. Access to extensive data sets allows us to develop individualized treatment strategies adjusted to needs of a given patient. Another element are clinical research and new medicines and therapies. Data from clinical research are necessary to develop new medicines, and analysis of this data allows us to identify the populations of the patients who will be the beneficiaries of new methods of treatment, and this also allow us to optimize the new and efficient manners of developing of new medicines and new therapies. Another very important element is, as it seems to be, the possibility of disease monitoring and prophylactics. All these watches and bands and telephones could be used for medical purposes. They provide enormous quantities of data. It's very difficult to process them. However, it could be used for efficient monitoring of the health of whole population. Analysis of this data allows us to trace the preventive strategies. Medical data allow us also to improve the models of healthcare, and if the IT systems are properly built into this data system, that allow us to plan the treatment and provide data to make optimize and quick clinical decision. And the subject that is repeated again and again is the AI in medicine. As you're probably aware, data are the key element of artificial intelligence in medicine, and not only in medicine. An algorithm of the AI learning based on enormous quantity of medical data can improve the diagnostic, predict some illnesses, or personalize the treatment. The more data is available, the better they are structurized, the more efficiently they could be used to build AI models using them. So this data are necessary for progress in medicine, developing new therapies, monitoring the health of the society, and improving the operation of the healthcare system. The Cardiology Institute for some time has identified the direction to follow, developing the AI tools. And because of this, in 2022, we established a small unit to deal with piloting of issues related to AI and similar subjects. In the spring last year, a competition was announced for building local centers like that. It was organized by the Agency of Medical Research, and in my opinion, this was a perfect timing. In order to be able to implement our concept, of course, money is needed, and as well as subtle approach as possible. After presenting various concepts of building the Center of Digital Medicine, it was decided that this is a project that is related to use of AI and new medical procedures.
In the assumption, the Center for the Digital Medicine is to be a platform to join analytical software, medical competences, and people. Once we took this decision, we started to raise for time to make an application. Obviously, we had to find the offers, to see what the market offers, see what's available. The results were supposed to be announced in July. Finally, they were announced in autumn, in October. Going further, due to the fact that this project is to be executed over the period of 5 years and maintained for the next 5, we came to the conclusion that the solution must be as flexible as possible. The pace of development of AI in the current world is stunning. So exactly 1 year ago, no one had a chance to play with ChatGPT, which was put for the public use on the 30th of November 2022. Available for polls in May this year, Google Bard in July, if I am not mistaken. That is why we want not only to provide concrete systems or functional elements to existing systems, but we want to build a team that will be able to build this type of system, that will be able to meet the requirements of medicine. Obviously, it is very important to build limited trust into this technology. So we don't want to replace people with systems. We want to get back the time for creative work, for being able to go into deeper interaction between the patient and the doctor. We believe that once we have well-trained team, this project will be breaking even. So once the ABM finishes financing, we expect that the next grant applications, the work will be taken into account in such a way that we will take into account infrastructure costs and the team costs to provide best support possible, and probably shorten a lot time needed to execute the projects themselves. Just in short, this is how part of this teleinformatics structure looks like that we plan. I will tell you a little bit more about what kind of elements we will have here. How are we going to do it? Most of all, in order to maintain flexibility from the infrastructural point of view, we want to build a system built on public cloud. Choosing infrastructure provider in the form of such a cloud has got additional benefits. Many of the suppliers of this type of solutions have got already sets from Enterprise AI Group. This is low code or even no code, it appears. On such environment, we are able to build a data lake that would be repository of data to build future models and analysis. On the top of it, there will be software layer, a specialized software layer and analytical software layer, which must make it possible to make ordinary analysis and models of machine learning. And we would like to have an opportunity to use large language models, which in private issue application have got a lot of applications. We want to be able to teach these models. We want to build models to use for the patients. We want to create knowledge graphs. Obviously, it is necessary to feed fresh data in a sensible way. That is why we have to build or get from the market appropriate tools which will allow to exchange data between the sectoral and central systems for this repository. At this level, we want to have the anonymization or nicknames of the data. Everything must be supported by appropriate people. We have to have a permanent team of researchers, medical staff, AI specialists. I will not be mistaken if I say that the priority would be this should be people that feel the mission, that they do something interesting, they develop medicine, especially in cardiology. We have to remember that we will be beneficiary of this services. 40% of deaths are connected with cardiovascular system diseases. So in the next steps, we are going to develop our infrastructure, especially it concerns the biobank that is dealing with getting and storing in a safe way biological samples of patients. And here there will also be a big possibilities when we talk about certification, and we want to have it done as well as possible. In parallel, we are going to develop the systems which prove to be to work, so that they cover 100% of data in our institute. I promise, just in very short, a few ideas how to use these tools in our case. And I permitted myself to divide it into two areas. Data, as text data, if you like, where a few ideas that could be used. The first thing that I can say, this is searching through documentation. We have a problem with the element of data to be processed. People have long disease history, which takes even an hour for a doctor to analyze this. catching key information when we have patients where rescuing life comes into force. Even when we talk about AI, when we talk about, for instance, strokes, non-intolerance for medicines, some implants or implanted in organs, artificial intelligence systems can work very well when we see patterns. So if we take the patients from all over the country and not only, a possibility to find the typical clinical cases in a short period of time can accelerate the diagnosis and introduce appropriate the treatment. Generating documents. So we just say that obviously documentation can kill us, but it's necessary. It's necessary, but it's time-consuming. We want to create solutions to ease this process. So, for instance, in the cleaning patient, the doctor can talk to a patient in spite of typing the information, creating notes concerning the visit. It has to be given to the machine. Obviously, the data must be overlooked by the doctor. So I think we can catch a few minutes from each visit. So using appropriately profiled model, language model, LLM, can make us fly. We can give many elements to the system, and here we can touch upon the science. When we talk about the scientific library, will make it easier to find interesting publications, similar clinical histories, and at the patient level, it could be quite an interesting approach if we were, for instance, LLM in appropriate infrastructure, explaining to the patient that's not a doctor, it's not advice. We gave the possibility to ask questions. People are often that they are ashamed. They think that maybe this is something they should know, and once they speak to the machine, they can ask questions. The slide before last, the last one will be thank you for your attention. We are just waiting quite interesting analysis based on computer vision. So it could analyze issues, catching the issues when it's necessary. In radiologists could mark the tissues. I took 200 hearts to describe. It's the task for long winter evenings. There are a lot of possibilities when you see various types of research mixing MRI and echocardiography and resonance MRI. When you see an organ from various perspectives, you can evaluate it better. An interesting element which is important here, this is the question of anonymization. In case we cooperate, when we give information to other centers, health centers, the process of anonymization, especially the pictures, it's very time-consuming. If we automate this process, would be very helpful and done. And to finish off, modern systems can not only read the pictures, but they can enrich them. The images, they can give additional information layers. At this level, we have some successes as an institute. In cooperation with other centers, we managed to create the first approach to additional the measurements. For instance, if you give additional contrast for tomographic examination, so you can avoid problems with the tolerance of the contrasted center and increases the safety of patient. but largely it increases safety due to the fact of radiation. So a patient that doesn't need to have a contrast is scanned twice less and gets twice less radiation. And there are a lot of various ideas. There is a very ambitious, difficult task in front of us, and I believe that it is worth taking this effort. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to encourage you to get in touch with me. I'm sorry I cannot hear the comment which is not spoken to the microphone. I cannot translate. Let me put, there was a question about using via public clouds, possibilities of international cooperation using existing AI inventions. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. If there is something checked, we can adopt it. It doesn't make sense to reinvent things once something has been invented already. But it needs a very detailed checkup. So, for instance, computer vision, this is an element which is very sensitive to equipment on which images are made. So, algorithms, sometimes they talk about the technical issues concerning the apparatus that the human eye doesn't notice, and they can misinterpret the results. Obviously, this is the issue that has to be developed, and obviously spending a lot of work, time and money to reinvent things that have already been done, it's nonsense. So we have to cooperate, and this is the direction in my opinion. And by the way, I just would like to say that all these illustrations were generated by AI in this presentation, so I would like to encourage you to play with it as well. Thank you very much. Encourage you to touch with me, and I hand the floor over. Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Katarzyna Pisarzewska, Vice Director for Data Protection from LuxMed, who is going to tell us how to get ready from the legal perspective to process medical data for non-medical purposes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me start once again. When we talk about today's topic, it has already been presented, but I will have a pleasure to tell you today, shortly on behalf of LuxMed, from a big medical entity, a little bit about data processing, medical data processing for non-medical purposes. And I would like to tell you how we should get ready for personal data protection from legal perspective. And I must admit that former speakers touched upon this topic a little bit. So when we talked about a legal basis, you have talked about it, you have heard about it a lot today, but we will go through the presentation. To begin with, I just would like to tell you what these medical data are. We are today in a group for which it's nothing new. But when we talk about the definition of medical data within today's legal regulations, there is no definition like that. For the purpose of today's meeting, I permitted myself to create such a definition. So here, when we talk medical data, definitely worth drawing attention to the fact that this data will be divided into the personal data. These are the data included in the cards, these are the data which allows us to identify this physical person, so name, surname, address, and personal identification number, and also information concerning the process of treatment or prevention, health prevention, or executing some health programs. What is essential for us is the possibility to use not only personal data, but most of all, what I'm going to tell you about, so these non-medical purposes. So they cover mainly e-data which are in the medical documentation. So for instance, the history of different disease, diagnosis, allergies, radiological images, lab results. So what we should start from is to think how and what should be done in order to use this data in the first place. I concentrated on what we should start with from the legal basis. So if we talk about the legal basis, most of all we are talking about the regulations about the data protection, personal data protection. So the general act on the personal data protection, and also the sectoral regulations when we talk about the health thing. And here we are talking about the act on the patient's rights and the patient's ombudsman, and Article 30 about the act on the information in the healthcare. So it's always very important that when we talk thinking about this using data, medical data for non-medical purposes, we should answer the question whether this data be a part of medical documentation. If so, in spite of the fact that we anonymize them, which I will tell you about this anonymization. I will try not to repeat what was said by the former speakers, but without that, I think we will have to do it when we talk about the legal basis.
Well, it would seem at the first glance that if we anonymize the data, theoretically they could be used without any additional operations. However, according to the relevant regulations, it's not that simple, and I will tell you more in a moment about that. Coming to the next slide, in terms of non-medical purposes, what could be those purposes? First of all, I will omit the aspect that's perfectly known to all of you. I mean the treatment processes. We would refer strictly to the medical aspect, to making use of medical data. I mean the legal basis coming from the GDPR Article 9. And I define these non-medical purposes, as you can see here. These are scientific survey-related improvement of the security or surveillance provided by other institutions, but these purposes may be much more numerous. Let me tell you that the organization I've been working for is full of challenges, and these purposes are emerging every now and then, and they are defined by the entity that would like to make use of those data. Currently, we have in our legal order, because today we heard a lot about initiatives that in the moment will come true in terms of new regulations that perhaps will occur in Polish legal order. So probably this possibility of making use of medical data for non-medical purposes will be a little bit more extensive in the future, and we count on that very much. However, in my presentation, I refer to the current legal status. I mean, what we can do according to the current relevant regulations. So for what purposes we can use those data? Well, talking about these goals, I'd like to refer to what was said before at this conference. Talking about the scientific purposes, we have provisions from the patient's right, the possibility of making medical documentation available. We are talking about a university or research institute. So only such situations can be taken by us into account. And what's more important, only an university or research institute can request medical data, and these requests are added to the medical documentation. We have also educational purposes. They are very important because today, in the very beginning of this conference, we heard a lot about a shortage of the cybersecurity employees, but we need also to keep in mind that in the labor market, there is also a very large shortage of medical employees. I mean, both doctors and nurses and physiotherapists, and we, as an organization, we support those initiatives to use medical documentation that we have, because we are a very large entity and we have very large data resources. And here there is no legal problem because we have the legal basis arising from the Act on Rights of a Patient, and we are talking about those who are getting prepared to be medical personnel, and despite making such documentation available, this making available should take place under supervision of medical personnel. We need to keep in mind the need to keep the confidentiality up to the very death of a given patient. And I will tell you in a moment about some more practical aspects that occur from our perspective, arising not directly from legal regulations. I'm talking about the possibility of making use of this data for such a purpose. What's more, the research initiatives, you heard a lot about this too today. First of all, analyzing some scientific publications or surveys. Can we perform such a survey among the patients? Usually these surveys are anonymous, but they anyway collect the data about the health status of a patient, whether the therapy is efficient, inefficient, and this research goals are also included in the GDPR regulation. And talking about what's included in the GDPR provisions, such a premise must arise directly from a given regulation. There are not too many regulations, unfortunately, like that. And talking about the entities, this is a premise that actually is quite risky, based on my practice, and not so many entities refer to that. And what you can see on the slide, what arises directly from the regulations, I mean, the scientific research cannot infringe the very nature of the right to the data or protection of the basic rights, and securing of the data is important. I will tell you more about that in a moment. And improvement of the healthcare, it's a very important goal for all of us. Also, because we are talking about improvement of the quality both for a patient and for the therapeutical process, but also improvement of quality for the personnel, to make this personnel feeling comfortable and safe. We are talking about cases of anonymized data, I mean the feedback that we obtain from the patients, but also from the medical personnel. I mean incidents that may occur in a medical entity. I mentioned also about this possibility of making this data available for some other bodies, but not necessarily in such a scope that probably each of you would expect that we have a clean form of the request for making data available. It's more about maintaining some security level where there could be various institutions like MOPs, like airlines, like some transportation services supplier. Sometimes we are asked by them whether, for example, a person undergoing some examination is really able to meet the requirements for safety of other people. This is important in case of an airline pilot or those who perform some public functions. We are talking also about some special services like ABW, the counterintelligence service, and we are talking about some data that we may make available, but this improvement of the quality internally within a medical entity is also extremely important. What's important, because we are talking about some premises, when some request is delivered to a given entity or such an entity shares some data, this arises from the regulations, but is it the only source when we are talking about other initiatives? And there is a huge quantity of them, and we support the innovativeness very strongly. We support such an approach to make as wide use of the data as possible. Here we encounter a very important factor, I mean consent. And I believe that looking at the existing legal regulations, this consent is the safest legal basis for making such data available, whether they are anonymized or pseudonymized, to make a safe use of them. This consent was mentioned today, but this is very difficult for big medical entities, because it's very difficult to obtain such a consent. It must be expressed in a very precise way in terms of for what purpose we are going to use those data, and such a consent is the most safe and safest and the most widely used legal basis. Whether this is the right approach or not, this legally justified interest occurs quite often for medical entities in relation to some initiatives concerning development of artificial intelligence, not only referring to medical data, and from my perspective, not necessarily. This is the legal basis that wouldn't arise any doubt, so it's worth to consider this. As I mentioned a little bit more about the consent, I'm not going to read every single line. However, what we should focus on is that if we undertake some initiatives. First of all, the R&D initiatives, including the AI, and it was mentioned a lot about this. Then we should keep in mind that this consent must be expressed very clearly and precisely. And in real life, this sometimes is not very easy to be obtained, because broad consent not necessarily meet on the requirements. In addition to the purpose specified by the organization, also the manner of using this data should be specified, whether there should be anonymized or pseudonymized, and whether any data on the patient could be used in the form of addresses, age, or any other aspects that appear somewhere in practice, and they allow for building various initiatives. Here, I will ask you quite rhetoric questions. What about withdrawal of the consent? Because we are talking about non-medical purposes. However, if we are talking about the withdrawal of the consent, we need to keep in mind that this consent, the consent withdrawal doesn't affect its validity before the withdrawal. So we need to keep in mind that the data sets that we build will be still used in the anonymized form, but only for statistical purposes, so not so actively as we assumed before. So how should we prepare ourselves in the legal terms? So finally we came to the aspect that actually was the main goal of my presentation, but I needed to clarify the subject. I believe that without these clarifications it would be not fully understandable, and this legal basis is the key. And actually, in addition to what's stated in the regulations, we also emphasize the scope of confidentiality, despite the fact that in most cases this data will be anonymized, because that's necessarily for using of medical data for non-medical purposes. The personnel or those who work on such data in your organizations should be additionally obliged to keep confidentiality by some additional statement, agreements, and so on. It's worth to build such a framework in your organization. We suggest to use a separate set of regulations for using the medical data for non-medical purposes. And in my company, such regulations are already in force for the needs of training the personnel. We have a lot of initiatives, so we encourage you to formalize this and to create such formal framework to avoid any doubts for what purpose this medical data are used. And here, first of all, the risk analysis, risk of the outcome, I mean the impact on the privacy policy. We should perform this before we begin use of this data. And this is a common denominator that occurred previously. I mean this anonymization of data, and this anonymization of data should be also formalized. It's worth of preparing instructions stating how this should be done, because against appearances, such anonymization is not simple. First of all, it's a very much time-consuming process. If we are talking about anonymizations of big volumes of personal data, this is not only time-consuming but also expensive process, and it's difficult because anonymization of a patient sheet is nothing extraordinary, but we have many images in medical documentation, for example, USG, X-ray pictures and so on. And as you can see from the side of the patient, there is always the first name and surname of the patient, the PESEL number, and the birth date. That's very difficult to be anonymized, but whether all this data are anonymized in every case, it's hard to say. And we are going to the end. I feel the pressure from the right side, but this is my last slide, this criteria of proper anonymization. I already told you something about this, but we need also to bear in mind that this must be a reversible process, and I believe that what should be mentioned here, that in addition to the criteria listed on the slide, and they are quite obvious, I mean removal of the identification features, we need also to remember that this is a very important factor that increases the security level if we'd like to make use of this data outside of the patient treatment process. And the last issue that should be also highlighted is the need to use proper means of security, and it was mentioned on many occasions today in reference to cybersecurity. However, this pseudonymization, ciphering of the data, access control, this is especially important in terms of giving process authorization, because although this data will be anonymized, they will be still medical data. And if we are talking about non-medical purposes, also non-medical personnel will have access to those data. And we need to provide this necessary level of security. That's all from my side. And on my last slide, I'd like to thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite you to another discussion panel now about the importance of medical data in conducting scientific research, providing quality, and creating public policies. I'd like to invite Mrs. Lidia Kornowska, the director of the Polish Federation of Hospitals, and also the panelist, Mr. Paweł Kikosicki, director of the e-health center, Agnieszka Szlubowska, director of the statistic office in Krakow, Mr. Hubert Łazarczyk, the head of the AI center, and Mr. Richard Gellert.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take seats on the stage. I'm very happy that we can see one another today, and we will have an opportunity to talk how important medical data are, to talk about research, create public policies and secure them. I would like to address a question to Director Kikosicki. How big number of medical data is processed by the center, and how they are stored and processed in Poland?
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to also thank you for this question, because from the point of view of e-zdrowie, the key resource is the data warehouse e-zdrowie system, because this is a huge resource that we have from over 50 systems, different systems where services are provided, and this data are provided in real time to make you aware of it. So depending on the day, so it's between 20-40 records during 1 second. But where do we get this data from? for this warehouse.
Głównym takim
The main
zasobem to jest
resource,
e-recepta,
this
bo
is
tam nawet 300
a
zmiennych
prescription
analitycznych,
because we have
które
even
możemy, że tak powiem,
300
nałożyć
variables
na
which
e-receptę.
we can
Oczywiście,
put on
są to zdarzenia medyczne,
prescription.
dane
These
z
are medical
świadczeń medycznych, z
incidents,
elektronicznej
the electronic
dokumentacji
documentation
medycznej.
about the
Trzeba też
medical
powiedzieć, że bardzo pomocne są
services,
również rejestry, takie jak
different
rejestr
types of
produktów leczniczych,
registers of
PESEL,
protocol
które oczywiście również,
products,
te hurtownie,
PESEL
dane
register that
zasilają.
these data
Jaka
warehouses
jest
do
skala?
have. What is the
Hurtowni
scale?
mamy ponad
In the
100
data warehouse we have
miliardów
over
rekordów.
100 billion
Jaka jest
records.
objętość?
What
To
is
jest
the
ponad
size?
500
This is over
terabajtów, żeby Państwu
500
uzmysłowić, tak,
terabytes.
jakbyśmy się pokusili o to, żeby
So
pozbywać
if
poprzez
we
takie,
want to put it
jednoterabajtowe
in
dyski,
1
to,
terabyte disks,
jakbyśmy poukładali,
if
to
we
byłoby
were to
500
put them, it
takich
would be
dysków, to byłoby
500
około
disks
15
and it
metrów
would
w
be
ogóle.
about
Więc
15
to jest
meters
oczywiście
high.
zasób
So
ogromny.
this is a huge
Trzeba też powiedzieć, że ponieważ jest to zasób ogromny, on
resource,
też wymaga
and
oczywiście
since
zapewnienia
this huge
bezpieczeństwa
resource, it
przetwarzania 24
requires
godziny na dobę, więc
security
oczywiście te wszystkie
and
rejestry, systemy, z których pozyskujemy te dane,
protection
one
24
oczywiście są zgodne
hours
z zasadami gromadzenia, przetwarzania,
per day.
pozyskiwania i
So we
gromadzenia
have
tych
to
danych,
take into account all the registers
zgodne
and
z,
getting this data, which must be
integrating
in
the
line
healthcare
with the
enterprise,
integrating
ale
the
też,
healthcare
to
enterprise.
bezpieczeństwo
But this security
musimy zapewnić
must be
związane właśnie z
ensured,
takimi
which is also
kwestiami
connected
jak
with the
ustawy
issues like, for
protokół
instance,
TLS,
we
ale
are
też
using
oczywiście
TLS
korzystamy z
protocol,
wytycznych
but we
agencji
also use the
ENISA,
guidance of the
Unijnej Agencji do Spraw
agency,
Cyberbezpieczeństwa,
so
więc
EU
to jest,
Agency
jak
for
powiedziałem, to bardzo dużo
Cybersecurity.
danych też
So there is a lot of
wykorzystywanych z
data, there are a lot of
różnych
data
systemów i ta
which we
hurtownia
get
danych to jest
from
naprawdę
various
ogromny
systems,
zasób.
and this warehouse, data warehouse, it's a huge resource. Over 500 terabytes, it's absolutely amazing. So how does it look like from the health treatment entity? I know that Hubert, that you are the Center for Digital Medicine, and how does it look like and when you compare it with hospitals that do not have this type of supporting things? So when we talk about the Digital Medicine Center, we're just starting with this, so this is quite fresh experience, but I would like to confirm that having data warehouse, this is a treasure. So it's difficult for me to say how it looks like in different hospitals. We are quite a small hospital which was designed for 140 patients, and at the moment has got twice as many patients, but really it's not a unit that would be big. But we have a lot of difficult cases which come to us from all over the country. So this is a key to find similar cases, similar medical cases, and this warehouse is very important to us. When we talk about the scope of data, by definition, because this is Cardiology Institute, this concerns most of all cardiological data, but when I mentioned at my previous intervention, the key moment that gave us, I think, full picture about how the patient path looks like was to introduce the question of the dosing of drugs, and I think that this is the most granular part in the data. Maybe off the top of my head I am not able to give you the number of records, but I checked this part some time ago. It was about 3.5 million in issues connected with medicine dosing during the year. So when we have a few thousand, up to 20,000 hospitalizations per annum, you can divide one by another and you will see how many different things are happening with a given patient. Let's talk about the data which is processed within the public statistics. What are the issues which are essential from the public health point of view? Which are processed, for instance, by the units of the public statistical offices in case of Małopolska region and Krakow. Good afternoon. We function on the basis of the public statistics. It is very often that we do not talk about statistics at all, or we do not talk well about it, because when we say data in the national counting of people, and people are afraid to give this data. But it turns out that when we have this common listing of people once per 10 year, for which have this kind of characteristics, demographic and social one in Poland, the regions, districts, but this public statistics, it's also information about that we find in the program of statistical research, and there is a set of different topics of the data, which when we have 129, there is a topic block. This is health and health protection, and statistical office in Krakow, which I manage since 2009, is dealing with the statistics about the healthcare and health protection. Maybe it's ambiguous for you, but I would like to say that this is the research about the infrastructure needs, health needs, economic issues, doctors, everything that is connected to functioning of health and healthcare in Poland. This research concerning health condition we run in line with the Eurostat international methodology, and we give data concerning medical entities, finances of medical entities to the WHO, to Eurostat and OECD, and the effect of our work you can find in the reports on the databases on the websites of the statistical office. So the information concerning the health condition and protection of health protection, there are 3 publications on annum. Per annum we spend we issue a few signal reports about chemists, about infrastructure, about medical rescuing teams, about health resorts, and also supplementary information, graphic information with presentation of data results divided into the districts, countries, regions, voivodeships. So I would like to encourage you to use the statistical data, and Kraków and Małopolska is a part of the statistical system. And answering your question, what we find out about Małopolska and Krakow, I can say how many hospital beds we have, how many chemists, doctors, and so on. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani dyrektor. No, ja muszę powiedzieć, że
I must say that I use this data many times, so I would like to encourage you to use them. It's very interesting treasure of knowledge. So we have a lot of information in the statistics, hospitals. And how does it look like when young scientists need access to this data, this medical data, but also statistical data, and they want to run scientific research on that? How can they get this young scientists this data? Well, as a young scientist, I am most competent to answer this question. I must say, out of nowhere, there is no place to get the data from. Data are aggregated, and each analysis is based on source data, not aggregated one. So, and we have no access to source data. Obviously, there are organizations which have data. In most cases, They are localized in various places all over Poland, but it's not at random. So big private companies providing medical services, big organizations which do this, yes. In big hospitals, yes. But from one hospital only. If we ask National Health Fund, if we ask CMCS, they will not give us any other answer. Everything that was just coded. I just would like to slightly notice that our healthcare system is based or paying for medical treatment. I pay. I report what is most profitable, not for what the patient is down with. And this is the basic problem. We have no place to take this data from. Obviously, the patient has got this disease, but maybe it's not the main disease, but this is the best the disease which is best you can get most money for. But for instance, I am a nephrologist. If you have some insufficiency of kidneys or acute one, so I do not report it because it is a waste of time. This data is not good enough to manage this when we talk about the medical clinic research, but this is a very good data concerning the organization of the healthcare, and this is what we can get out. But the problem is that there is nobody to do so, because to analyze data we need to have a team of people.
Możemy oczywiście uciec się do danych, które są dostępne.
Obviously, we can refer to the data which are available. We can just look for it in the National Health Fund resources, but this is limited, and with the mistake that I mentioned at the beginning, so it is a little bit difficult. We manage, of course, but it is really worth thinking about making this system more efficient, which has got the primary fault once it was established, the aggregation of data, which makes it impossible to decipher what kind of services were provided, and that's all. Because we pay for medical treatment, and this medical treatment, this is it. But what are the components? How to find the group of patients in dispersed system, and these are rare diseases. They happen once per some time in various places, and believe me, it is really difficult. So this availability to data, for instance, lab data, is impossible because this data in the labs. So if you want to have lab data, apparently it is available. So if you want to get this data, so this databases, so even after anonymization, we don't really have access to it. Well, I use these possibilities, but somebody makes it possible. I just know that this is a man from Mazovia Voivodeship for 1945, creatinine level extends, so you cannot say even what was the phone number, because then you can be chased. So access to data is very difficult, and reliability, credibility of this data is quite questionable. I was working for quite some time about the maps of the needs, but the problem is that if this disease is not operated on, it doesn't mean that people are not down with it. It just means that they are not operating. They go where else. to
Dostęp do
do
danych
so.
nauczą
What
się
young
strasznie.
people, young scientists have to do, they have to difficulties. So we ask Celsius suggested that yes, we know the health center, there is a lot of data. So the first thing, have you got in plans or maybe it's happening, do you use data for your needs when you create public policies? And the second part of the question, maybe a little more difficult, do you plan to make anonymous data available for research purposes, for commercial or non-commercial purposes?
Odnosząc się do tej pierwszej części, to
Referring to the first part, I just would like to divide it into three parts. The first one is that the data that we generate, they are used to create a health policy, and obviously they are prepared for the Minister of Health. And we can say that when we create or support these strategic decisions, these data are useful when we have these strategic decisions. So this controlled part, so we capture some frauds which are in the system, so we are just picking the activities which are bad for the system and maybe bad for the patient. So this is anti-fraud activities. Definitely there are some elements which are used to support some kind of activities both of patients and the doctors, and activities connected with benchmarking of medical entities. So this is for the needs of creating the policy. But when we talk about the center itself within our activities, the analytical center which is making this analysis, we plan to build, and it happens from time to time, the integrated analytical model which I talk about quite frequently. At the beginning, the idea is that we want to have one source of information from which this institution, there's all these institutions, ADMIT, ministry and so on, they can use one resource on the same tools, and not as it is at the moment, the data from National Health Fund are one thing, and the data that we have are in a different thing, and the fact that we set to treatment, so this integrated model is to help for all the institutions to work on the same tools. In the first phase, we wanted to be all the information connected with the e-direction, free prescriptions, so that they are standardized, and then we have data from various registers, and then we want all the institutions that cooperate with us, because obviously they have their own needs, IT information needs, and they collect data from various places, and we want this integrated model to aggregate this data so that everything is in one place, so that we do not double all these activities which are performed. And I think that this is the second element. The third one would be that there were some bits and pieces connected with this integrated analytical model in cooperation with other institutions. We execute this with the National Health Fund. This benchmarking that I mentioned, when we talk about the clinical approach, taking into account various medical entities. Secondly, activities connected with the fact, what I mentioned, that all these issues connected with frauds, these control activities, the National Health Fund, because they have some basis to work, so that all these activities are taken, and the analytical center just shows the projects connected with making tools available for the ministry and for the consultants, national consultants, in the context of different health problems.
Różne typy nowotworów, gdzie agregujemy te dane i pokazujemy też na takich dashboardach, w jaki sposób to wygląda. No
many
i takie
dashboards where
narzędzia,
we
które
show several
są
items that we
przydatne
show
lekarzowi, który
how
ma
it
swoich
looks
pacjentów,
like,
po to, aby mógł w łatwy sposób zobaczyć, czy na przykład jego pacjent
to check
zaczął terapię,
whether
kupił te
a
leki,
patient of a
przerwał,
given
przestał je
doctor
kupować, więc
continues the therapy or stop buying the medicines and
dla lekarzy
is
POZ
no
to
longer
decyzja o
continuing the
uruchomieniu
therapy.
po stronie
And
Ministerstwa Zdrowia, bo narzędzie
there
jest
is a
gotowe,
decision
jest
about
przygotowane, jest
putting
kwestia
this in
wdrożenia tego
motion on the
w systemach
side
gabinetowych i w gabinecie
of the Minister of Health. There is a decision about implementing this in the doctors' offices and clinics, so any patient would have shown all the key information about given patient that are presented on the dashboard, and the primary health care doctor will be able to see at a glance all this important data because they will be shown to them in a very simple way. So I believe this creating of the policy, secondly building of the integrated model on our side, that finally is to be the single place where the data are aggregated and made available, and thirdly, this cooperation with various institutions is taking place, and there is the second part of the question. This was the easiest part. So it's quite a difficult question. There is a demand for this data because we are talking with the community, and we made available various information concerning the public data, I mean data related to the COVID pandemics, and all that's included in the statistical bulletin of the Minister of Health. So we made them available, and let me tell you openly that the second phase will be a big challenge to us. First, I believe we need to make this data available for scientific purposes, and secondly, we will make this data available to other entities, other stakeholders, so this is still ahead of us. We have also all these European Union documents. In many presentations, these issues related to making this data available and regulations of this were mentioned, and we don't know the final provisions of these new regulations. Negotiations are still in progress. However, we will have to be prepared certainly for that, and questions how it will be made available is a technical one. However, it will be something like the Q&As, some analytic form, so our resources will be learning this way, or whether we made it available in the free manner or a sandbox to acquire or download this information is still ahead of us. We are fully aware of that. However, the strategic issues will be on the side of the regulator of the strategic system, I mean the Minister of Health, who's actually the administrator of those data. So we keep our fingers crossed for this dedicated platform, and we hope that this data will be made more available, and in the future we'll be able to apply for this data for R&D purposes. One of the projects assuming increasing the accessibility of medical data is previously mentioned project run by the Agency of Medical Research. We know that this is just initial phase of the process of creating the digital medicine centers, but I wonder how these digital medicine centers will affect the accessibility of medical data, and what should happen to make it happen. Well, this is not an easy question, because a big benefit and in the same time shortcoming of the Competition for digital medicine centers is that they have been defined quite vaguely, and I believe that a lot will depend on the maturity level of a given center. If such a center so far hasn't got such an infrastructure in the BI terms, because one of the very simple split of the data analysis is the split into the historical data, and then we will show something in the BA form, and the prospective data that will be rather presented by means of the artificial intelligence. So if a given center doesn't have such an infrastructure, it will have to build it. If it has such an infrastructure, most likely it will be focusing on development in the direction of forecast and the similar things. What's a very good sign for data diagnostic is that it was defined that there must be a mechanism of data exchange built between the centers, and the mechanism of this, the H7 Fire, is a well-proven solution in the technological and technical terms that could be used for this purpose. I believe that probably this will have to be defined in a more precise manner in some moment, because it's like other standards where there is just a single manufacturer, but there are many interpretations of the standard. So I would expect some grassroots initiatives to state how this standard of data exchange should look like, and I believe this is the right direction. And certainly life will verify that, and in practice we'll be not able to avoid this. Well, now revisiting the issue of the primary cardinal sin, if we are talking about a healthcare system where somehow we are trying to get ourselves adjusted to the system in order to optimize some parameter, for example, the financial issues related to reimbursement, we impose some filter, and this is not good for the data per se and later analysis based on them. So I believe it's a good idea that those initiatives for the time being at the RCMC level, and then by adding next parts of this a little bit from the bottom up, should get closer to the required regulations. And Mrs. Director, is it possible to enhance the medical data by the data that are collected by the statistical office? Have there been any project like this, or what should happen to make such project possible? Well, we are talking about the public statistic. I will refer to what was said by the professor. We are not allowed to make individual data available because this is prohibited by the law. This is the legally protected statistical secret, and any employee of the public statistical institutions is not allowed to make this data available. However, it is possible to make available medical data in the anonymized form for research purposes, and we have such an anonymization units in every single voivodeship, and we've been collaborating with universities, for example, the mathematical faculty of the Silesian University and the mining and metallurgy university, and for the scientific purposes, anonymized data could be made available for such purposes. However, the public statistics uses data aggregates and present data in the aggregated form, and that's our main task, to provide information about the social and economic situation, about the health status, about the maps of health-related needs in particular regions and the like. Professor, I would like to repeat my question about the public side, including the taxpayer. I mean, do they have sufficient data in order to make decision, for example, about the price or medicines or medical services? What role of medical registers would you see in order to fill the existing gaps? Well, you like to ask very tricky questions. Unfortunately, I have a very definitive opinion about this, because I have some experience with bottom-up digitalization of the Ministry of Health. You were still not born when this was already working. From every voivodeship, the data were coming according to some template, and there were 6 voivodeships, and it was forbidden to do any manipulations with this data. When they started to manipulate the data, I left Poland. But it was going like that. So I don't believe it could be done in the bottom-up direction. There must be some ultimate vision covering ZUS, National Health Fund, NFZ, and the private clinics, but not hospitals. Individual account of a patient is a genius-like solution, and everybody needs to have such an account. So there is a public payer, so all these medical services must be paid from this resource, and not every politician should have access to it. Who, to whom, and what. And this is should be also forbidden for a prosecutor. And such data like cholesterol, glucose, creatinine, I mean sensitive policy in terms of health policy, should be reported by labs, but I understand that somebody has a private business, but he or she is being paid from public funds, and this refers also to big companies, whether this is a dialyzing station that failed to make their data available, and during the COVID pandemic, one of the companies said that this is a foreign company and they are not allowed to provide this data, so we had data from all network except one quite big network that was unwilling to make their data available because this was in line with legal regulations of their country. So this is a problem with collection of the data. For aggregating of the data, they were not willing to make any data available. These issues require some legal solutions. If we allow some companies to fiddle in building of the system, to fiddle around, this data will not form any consistent shape. When I look at the SMK system, what's happening, especially if I want to require some data for my managerial purposes as the SKP, it's not that simple. Fortunately, we have developed some collaboration model, but it doesn't mean that I will sit on my computer and find some information. No, I need to ask them for preparing some reporting method. And as early as in early 90s, I was
dosłownie mogą
collaborating with a
trendy
hospital
chorobowe,
system
wtedy
where I was able to
przebiegi,
see
czasy
the
analizy.
disease
To jest
trends
kwestia tylko i
and
wyłącznie jakichś systemów,
some
które
analysis.
są
It's
dostępne.
only the question of some
Naprawdę
available systems,
drugi
and
problem, z którym mamy
this really can be
czynienia
done.
w tym
Another
całym
problem
systemie,
that we are
to jest
facing in
kwestia
this whole
ilości
system
danych do analizy.
is the question of the quantity of data for analysis. And first of all, we need to have the right personnel, those who knows how to deal with big data, and there must be also available some tool set for this big data. Excel is not good enough to process such big quantities of data. And these are things we are fighting every day. And young scientists and also older ones trying to do something, trying to learn something from a bigger structure than the doctor's office where we work. And there are some companies that are able to deal with this.
Gdzie ma wszystkie dane o sprzedaży leków w Polsce.
I was working with such a company that has data on sales of all medicine sales in Poland. I have nothing against Mr. Kamiński and his company. However, there must be some guaranteed cooperation between the public and private sector. So it shouldn't be forbidden. And the all effort that we invest into entering the data, into coding them, into transferring data will be wasted. So it shouldn't be so much complicated, but everything is using PESEL, and please don't ask me whether this is good or bad, because my opinion about this is widely known. Thank you very much. We are just finishing this panel. I have one question and Professor already answered it, but I'd like to ask other panelists to finish this sentence. The most important barrier in making data available for scientific purposes is the dynamics of growth of the data from various systems and lagging behind legal and methodological regulations to be in control of all of this. And I will tell you that this is insufficient number of entities reporting medical events, because professor told us that the patient doesn't have to activate the internet patient account. However, I see on the other side that the entities fail to report because we have the regulations, but they are not adhered to. From my perspective, probably the largest difficulty is how to structurize the data. A given parameter could be named in 15 manners. It could be presented in the tabular, graphical form, or whatever else. And I believe that here is the big area for improvement. However, certainly this is not the only area for improvement, and I agree with what was said by my predecessor. And I sign under all these three statements, but I will add one more, a complete voluntarism. Everybody is doing whatever he or she is willing to do, and if he or she fails to do this, there is no punishment, no consequences. A lack of vision and a lack of accountability. Vision and accountability. Thank you very much, all panelists, for very interesting discussion, and see you at next events. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy moderatorce dyskusji.
Special thanks to the moderator of this discussion and the panelists about presenting their ideas for presenting medical data for non-medical purposes. The coffee service is still available at the first floor, and we're coming to the first and last session today. The current events referring to the GDPR and the industry codes of conducts. I'd like to invite Mr. Krzysztof Król, who will present some information about this.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo,
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
poza tą
Apart from this most important information from today,
myślę, że moja
I think my presentation is going to be a little bit shorter than the planned in the program.
to się wiąże
This is connected a little bit with the title, a little bit with what I would like to tell you about the judgments. I must say that this is not very well developed. You might know that there is the code for small medical entities. There is also monitoring entity, which has been working for about a year, and they've been accepting members from March, and we keep watching these work. So it's not just giving the certificates, accreditation certificate, that our cooperation with initiative is finished. I will want to talk about it at the very end. As of now, I would like to present to you information what kind of codes we have in the queue, in the pipeline. And they are the subject of analysis, analyzing the and exchange of comments with the information. Partly it is connected with external conditions. Here we deal with pandemic, where the priorities were changed. In spite of thinking about increasing standards about data protection, we had to think about rescuing patients, to rescue businesses, and we understand it, and we are patient, waiting for initiatives. And here we do not want to hurry up. And here, when we talk about the codes about the biobanks, my colleague is going to present the information. I just would like to briefly tell you about the other codes. These are proceedings at various stages, as I mentioned before. We were talking about a monitoring entity, so there will be full monitoring in line with GDPR regulations. In some cases, we are just waiting for referring to our comments. We understand that this requires agreements within a sector. It is very often not a simple discussion, and we are very patient in here. And obviously, I pop into the future, but I know that we plan updates of this first code that is connected with the change of regulations, connected with division monitoring, what these entities would like to introduce into this code, change these issues, and we are going to inform these things, and we discuss with the forum of Porozumienie Zielonogórskie, where we are open to proposals and further discussion. And proceeding this type of updates, because it will require administrative proceedings. We cooperate with initiatives preparing the codes, and here I may say that the most advanced thing would be the initiative from the Economic Chamber of Polish Hotel Enterprises, but this pandemic caused them to change their priorities. They wanted to have a golden remedy. There was a very interesting initiative, the code for the sports sector. So here we have big sports union are involved. It concerns players, coaches, and also fans who appear on the sports events. So if these organizations get to agreement and they agree what they want to regulate, and we think that in spite of multiple sports discipline, this is scalable for each discipline. But the principles of rivalry are quite similar. So here there is a very big potential to create a universal code for many sports disciplines. Codes for local administration. This is the initiative of the Union for the voivodeships of the Republic of Poland, and they are thinking what kind of areas they want to standardize in the code. They meet, sometimes we get information, we help as much as we can. Bottom-up initiative, there is a very interesting thing, code for codes. It's not connected with the law. If you think about creating some codes, this bottom-up initiatives or cooperation networks. So then from various courts, people meet and they say, okay, there are some things that we can unify. So here it is very positive that they can count on their presidents of the courts that support this initiative a lot, and they cooperate with the Ministry of Justice in this respect. The code for the medical sector, medical examination sector, this is also something that they keep meeting with us, and we are open to discuss what they want to regulate, what are our perspectives, and what are the possibilities of the initiatives that will come to us. We can share the knowledge. For instance, in case of this code, we were just giving our comments about the clinical research and the medical products which were directed to the ministry and were not available publicly. So we were ready to share it to enrich research work, I hope. Here the connection would be that this initiative or Inform is connected with work at the European level, which is going on all the time. And apart from this national area, we participate in the work on the European codes. We were cooperating with the leading organs about the issues connected with the computing cloud. It's been approved and it functions, and we presented them our comments to 3 codes which come from the member countries, but they are not always pan-European application, but it might be limited to a few countries. So this is going on, and we know about work on designing other codes which is going on. So it's very important that organs, supervisory organs, cooperate in this respect. They exchange experience. We present the national perspectives that may be taken into account when there is a possibility to regulate it and to combine it when it's too specific, and when the national regulation is separate to what is going on in other member state countries. Our cooperation with national organs and the European organs allows us to observe work on national codes. There are some which are approved. Some of them are local ones directed to the private sector or public sector. Some of them are approved monitoring entities. So similarly, as it was in our case, it was started just before GDPR, and it took a few years. And in some cases, there are no monitoring entities, and these codes are not so formalized system of compliance when we talk about two national codes in Poland.
No i tutaj przejdźmy może do tego naszego.
Let's go to our yard.
Co dalej z kodeksem?
What next will the code of Polish Federation of Hospitals? We are just approaching to the end, so I would like to come back to the procedural level. We are at the moment after collecting the evidence material, so obviously I think that there will be no objections because we have these issues agreed. We see this increased standards that will ensure safety for patients' data in all the entities who decide to join this system, which we encourage you to do. It is also the question of accreditation of the monitoring entity without a code. So should anything happen with the monitoring code entity, we would have to suspend the monitoring code. So when we have the president of the personal data protection organ, so all the procedural documents make sure that there will be guarantee to functioning of this issue if something gets wrong. So here we have to inform what happens if the number of members drops down. How can we make sure that the continuity of functioning will exist? So for instance, if in some cases, if for instance monitoring entity has got some problems with personnel, how we can ensure continuity of operation, and we are going to make sure that it works all the time. So the publication in the European Code for Personal Data Protection, we've got the text and we can refer to it. It will be published on the website, on the monitoring entity as the Polish Federation for Hospitals, but then we will be certain here, indubitably this text of code is absolutely okay, and this is what you can refer to. We have to remember that what we find on the internet is not always updated, and sometimes we may have various different things. And in December, we are thinking about transferring certificate. There is a very ambitious task. You have to encourage to do so, to get checked before the monitoring entity. Are my procedures appropriate? Obviously, we will not encourage you at each single occasion to just get verified before monitoring entity, because then obviously monitoring entity is going to verify it very thoroughly. Especially, as Burzek mentioned before, we have the system in which public entities went through initial verification. So they not only declare that they are like this, but they are also initially checked in taking this into account. So these entities have to be monitored. So we will have management control, internal audit that will take these duties. And obviously we will look at it as well.
I tu taka mała może
And one connection with the previous conference, the lawyer mentioned about the milestones, next steps to take. So until now, we were at the test tour. Let's say this is the analog, the reference to the trains. Now we are just getting into the station. So we are ready to intervene. We have the code ready. So we will continue this journey. There will be entities coming to the code. Medical entities will merge, separate. Some of them will drop out of the code. But this process will continue, and we will participate in it as well. And as I mentioned before, as the lawyer mentioned, the fact that we will have a monitoring entity, we as the supervisors can concentrate on other sectors, other areas which require our special attention. And here we will just look at how this code is used, how monitoring entity is doing. Obviously, it is going to be done on the reports, and we are going to be on the permanent contact. So as we are in this functioning entity for the small medical entities, so we just see how this process of accepting members looks like, and we are going to perform this as well. We are expecting the first report after the 1 year of applying this code. So what the conclusions are, will something change, or are we on the right track? And I would like to encourage you, if somebody wants in your sector to get into this road of this code, so this road of data protection, to make sure that everything is protected. So this code of conduct is a good way to do it. So if your sector is maybe, if you want to approach more in a more European way, this is no problem. We will provide you with some advice. We are ready to support you in this respect, and it is going to be the same when we talk about the code that we discussed today. And I would like to wish to myself and to you as many members as possible, and to have good security of data protection. And after recent incidents, we see that we can be touched with it. So thank you very much to the organizers once again, and to you for your attention. Thank you very much. We are very happy for the GDPR code. I would like to invite Paweł Kazimierczyk, who is going to tell us a little bit more about the code.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
to ponownie ja.
I'd like to welcome you again. It's still me, but please don't be afraid. This is my last speech today, and there will be a few words more about the hero of the day. I mean, the draft of the Code of Conduct developed by Polish Federations of Hospitals. Those who are the regular listener of our conference, they know exactly what it's all about. The question is, what has changed? And what we heard today about 9 o'clock, and what was said by Mr. Krull, my predecessor here, I can just put a full stop and finish this presentation. But if any of you is interested in details, I'd like to present more information. Why we decided to prepare a draft code. We need to go back in time to 2017, when the coalition was established and this draft was born, and we are preparing to implement the GDPR regulations. We didn't know how these regulations of quite a general nature should be implemented. And the first months of using of the GDPR, I mean, after the May of 2018, shown that there were quite large problems. Sometimes they are serious, sometimes they was funny, sometimes parents were not able to learn about the health of their child, and doctors were taking away the ID bands from the hands of their newly born babies, and actually no one knew how to use this GDPR, and everybody was afraid of this big financial penalties. So there was a need for clear interpretation how everyone should behave in order to be in line with RODO requirements with the GDPR. And of course there was some new initiative born, and the Ministry of Health was active. The Office for GDPR was very active, but anyway, there was a need to provide some more comprehensive solution for all those processes of data processing used in medicine. And this is how the initiative to prepare the code of conduct was born. What it is, this code? It arises from the requirements of the GDPR. We are talking about the code. This is not the same as the civil or criminal code. Is just a set of principles, set of rules that has the features of so-called soft law that indicate some guidelines how the proper regulations should be adhered to. What's characteristic for the codes adopted under the GDPR is that they are to include the GDPR, including the specifics of the sector, I mean the medical law. We don't modify neither legal regulations or national regulations. We just indicate how they should be interpreted and how one should behave in some specific situations. Such a code must be approved by the president of the GDPR office, and this moment is coming, as we were told. So the train is arriving, and quite soon the passenger will be able to embark on it. So some historical background who was involved in the preparation of the draft code. As I mentioned in the very beginning, it was a collective initiative. The entities were like Polish Federation of Hospital was the prime mover, and the Polish Federation of Hospital plus Leviathan Confederation, Polish Chamber of ICT, Porozumienie Zielonogórskie, and other entities. The list was quite long, and also representatives of the Ministry of Health, the Center of Monitoring of Quality in Healthcare, and many other entities, for example, the local governments, for example, the Wielkopolskie Voivodeship, where the regional platform was built, and professional associations, the Supreme Chemists Chamber, and some associations of the basic medical professions, the Foundation of Ursula Jaworska, the Gdańsk Medical University. So many entities were participating in the work on development of the draft code. Well, I don't believe we need to get into the whole history of developing this draft code. So in the very beginning, there was a meeting of all our stakeholders. First, we needed to specify what we wanted to be governed by the code. So the first version of the draft code was published in 2018, and if somebody wanted, such a person could get familiar with our draft before the GDPR regulations was effective. So there was more than 500 people participating in the work, and all those people could talk about the version of the draft code at that time. Consultations on the draft code were posted on the website, and there was a letter on it. More than 2,000 opinions, better or worse, were provided, and we were trying to take into account opinions of all the interested parties, and information about the status of work on the draft code was published on the website of the associations of medical doctors. And now, talking about the code itself, I'd like to present two basic criteria. First, for whom this draft code was developed. Mainly larger medical entities like hospitals and public clinics, also entities that provide activities of the managers of personal data were informed about this. And especially this refers to the medical entities that perform some medical data processing. Now, talking about what is governed by the code, it refers to the data processing processes for patient data. And the code doesn't apply to processing of the medical personnel data. So it's strictly about processing of the most important data about the health status of the patient. And it governs processing of the medical data for non-medical purposes. And some data could be used at least basic on the consent of a patient, and some other data could be used without such a consent, basic on the provisions of the Polish GDPR. So how this should be done in real life? We offered several solutions within this scope that they were positively opinionated by the Office of GDPR, and we followed the line presented by the Office for GDPR. What's the verbiage, what's the contents of the draft code? Of course, this could be a very extensive item to be discussed, but these are just the basic principles of personal data processing, for what purposes, security of personal data processing, especially referring to medical data, when the inspector of the personal data protection should be appointed, and what we should do with those data. And this is one of the key elements, namely whether we are allowed to modify the data that were entered to the medical documentation on request of the patient. So Is it possible to modify this data if patient asks to modify them? Well, there was a lot of discussions how this should be interpreted in the very beginning, before the GDPR started to be effective. We had these discussions. We have also the process part, I mean the rules for joining the code initiative. What about periodic review of the code, how it will be assessed in the context of current legal changes. Also, a lot of enclosures were prepared for the code. I'm not going to list all of them. However, what we needed to do is to prepare some documents that could be easily applied for individual types of medical entities. Now, talking about monitoring of the code, of course, an entity that will formally join the code will be officially monitored, and KPMG will be one of the monitoring entities. How this audit will look like, just in the nutshell, because I see that the time schedule for my presentation is coming to the end. First of all, it will be checked whether a given entity meets the requirements of the code or not. If the answer is yes, that it will be allowed to join the code. And then, after obtaining this status, some periodic reviews, some periodic inspections will be performed, especially as a response to some information about infringement of the code rules. And also other actions related to updating of the code, about popularization of the code, about the security of personal data in healthcare sector will be also promoted. What's a novelty? It's the issue of monitoring of public entities. We have managed to come to terms, and we know the mechanisms that are already in force according to our legal regulations. This is, first of all, the internal audit conducted according to the regulations of the Internal Finances Act. So we have a possibility to monitor the entities according to the law on monitoring of medical entities. And this monitoring could be provided also by the voivodes, I mean the governors of the provinces. And this way the adherence to the code will be provided. And of course there are many details about this for this monitoring, for monitoring of the public entities. Of course, some subject matter warranties must be provided, some impartiality must be provided too. And what's the status of our work? You can see here we are just close to the finish line, and in February 2021 we obtained a positive opinion about nearly all draft code. The only objection was about the monitoring of the public entities, but finally we managed to overcome this hurdle. So now we have the approval of the President of the GDPR office. What value is provided by the code? I mentioned about this in the very beginning. It provides clear interpretation of all the GDPR regulations and provisions, taking into account administrative decisions and all the acts of law that were published within the recent time. Why we should apply the code, first of all, because it provides clear interpretation of all the regulations and it defines the obligations for use of necessary means of security, and it shows how to monitor possible infringements of the regulations. So this could be additional bonus for use of this code. Why protection of the medical data becomes more and more important? I believe that there is no need to explain this, but what are the challenges ahead of us? So when the code is finally approved, we will have to implement it. So this mechanism must work in real life. And I see also some challenges of how to extend the scope of this code basic on not only the areas that were covered by the code recently, for example, like clinical research, also adopting the code to new regulatory changes, for example, the Act on Medical Services Quality or some other implementation regulations also would have to be taken into account. And another challenge is new technologies, artificial intelligence. So all this will play the key role. So we will have to process the data taking into account this newest advances of the technology, and code should secure security of personal data. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions or doubts, I am at your disposal.
Bardzo dziękujemy, panie mecenasie.
Thank you very much, sir. And now the last lecture today to be delivered by Dorota Krakora-Zając, representing the Faculty of Law and Administration of the Warsaw University and Zając & Wspólnicy Law Firm. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for invitation to this conference. Really, I am the last one, so I am happy that you've decided to stay. I will try to be very concise, especially the lawyer said everything about the construct of how to create codes. So when we talk about the biobanks, and I would like to talk about the design of this Polish code and the design of draft of the European code, on the basis of which we talk about the shape of the regulation and the scale of the regulation. So I would like to tell you about the legal regulations about the biobanking, because this is huge topic. I will not deplete everything, but I would like to address just the problematic issues, because the question of some discrepancies connected with the regulations or discrepancies, it was the main reason how you want to create the code of the proceedings. So the code of proceedings for biobanks has a few more objectives to them. I would like to tell you about this European code as well. Now the main BBM Malieric, so European Research Infrastructure, which associates the countries in most of European countries. Poland is also a member of this organization. There are some soft recommendations when we talk about the personal data processing by biobanks as well. This work is happening. So I would like to tell you what is the main objective of this topic. So I would like to tell about this BPM money payout by Polish research infrastructure together with the Polish biobank infrastructure. So as the head of the department said, this was a port which is the leading entity when we talk about the biobanking, but these entities which were much broader. When we talk about biobanking in Poland, so the first problem is that we do not have the law. And this is a problem which appears for many years. So it's not that we didn't have legislative initiatives; they do exist. There were a lot of drafts of the laws which were created by the Ministry of Education of Science, but it was not put into some kind of motion. So we are at this stage where we do not have any regulations about biobanking, biomedical tests other than clinic ones, and this is a challenge for entities running biobanks. We must say that there are a lot of biobanks in Poland, and this Polish network of biobanks is the entity which is working quite diligently and shows that the scientific development based on biobanks is quite a big part of our existence. So since GDPR started to be enforced, it did some damages when we talk about the biobanks, because our previous act from 1987, maybe it was not perfect, but it was talking about using this data for scientific purposes, because as you know, because at the moment the Article 80 of GDPR makes it possible to have some exemptions from GDPR, providing that there is national regulation. So in Poland it is difficult to talk about the specific regulation. We create this kind of networks which try to decode what was the objective of the legislator and how we can use it. And the first stroke that we always take, these are constitutional principles. So in this case, personal data protection and protection of the freedom of science and scientific research. When we talk about the special acts, we will talk about the acts which make it possible or give competencies to individual research institutes, medical universities to carry out scientific research, and they also define the principles of access to the medical education. Since I am civil code oriented, so I would like to talk about the personal rights, because when we talk about biobanking, it's not about the patients. Sometimes these will be people who will participate in biobank projects. So this is the participants who participate in a given project, but they are not sick. They didn't go to an entity for any service, medical service. They read that there is a project collecting samples from healthy people, so this Article 23 will be binding. So this is what the previous lawyer talked about. We also showed that this consent should be the basic element and the basic legal basis for processing personal databases by biobanks. I will talk about this consent. This consent is the legal basis, but this is not a great perfect instrument. And in the European discussion, it is said that consent gives more problems than gives solutions. So when we talk about the medical, biomedical tests, it just is against the patient and doesn't protect him. So first about the European code. So the beginning of the work of this code, so it was 2015. As you can see here on the slide, many international organizations were involved in creating this code. At the moment, there are over 90 organizations involved in this code which associate biomedical services. So it's much wider access than the biobanks themselves. So these are private and legal entities. The work on the code is created in such a way that they create the groups to prepare this code, and then it's externally consulted with bigger, more organizations. So this is a meeting with this group code. So I must say that the work on this European code is very difficult. Why? Because when you talk about the clinic research, we were privileged that we had the directive that as to the principle standardize scope of making clinical research on the European level. So when biobanking, there is no special act. In France we have special act. In Scandinavia they have very open approach when we talk about the medical data for biobanking and for scientific research, and this concept of consent is not accepted, and the German concept said consent unless. So creating standardized recommendations for different systems is a challenge, but this work is going on. We are at the stage that we've agreed all the recommendations about the legal basis, and this is a multi-stage area, and the work is going to continue. What is the layout of this European code? Because I think this is especially important. In this code, there are no clear principles that should be observed, so that each entity must obey this. There are some principles resulting from GDPR, so from European regulations, to be straight. There are some clarifications which translate these principles that can be understood by people who do biomedical research, because this is the main objective of this code. So it works. So it must be prepared in a non-legal language. These are biomedical phrases which are standardized, so we use commonly accepted words which have common known meaning, and these issues are very short, and we want them to be very clear and to give concrete examples. We try to have these examples from various countries, so these are situations which happen in various countries, and we just show how GDPR could be used, assuming these differences between the countries. Here you see the website which concerns this project, where various informations are done, so we have a presentation in this respect. So we want to look at it, but the code itself is not published yet, because the work on it is still continued. Coming to our Polish code, we must say that this Polish code, we started to look at it later, work on it later than the European, because European started in 2015 and Polish started in 2017. And the main initiative to create this code was taken up by PL, which associated biobanks, Polish biobanks. At that time we were talking about the cooperation with the Polish authorities from WODO and Crown. So they were willing to comment the provisions of our account, and they were sending quite a lot of comments to what should be in this code. So we gave this, filed this with the Office for the Personal Data Protection, and we are all we keep talking with the office. We try to agree upon some issues. We hope it to be constructive. We know that there is some time in front of us to agree upon all these provisions. What was important for us is to consult this code widely, because there are a lot of biobanks in Poland, but when we talked about cooperation between them in agreeing this. In 2017, we are at the very beginning of our agreements. So there were consulting internal and external. It was financed by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, and we tried to consult it with the patients' organizations, with Ministry of the Science and Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health. So the Ombudsman Panoptykon Foundation with the biobanks in the Polish biobank network. There are about 50 biobanks associated with medical universities and also with Crown. So there were also other entities which were sending us some comments to the code, even when we said that the code would not apply to them, because it is to apply to the public entities only. So because for the needs of the Polish network of biobanks, so we've just seen that most of the biobanks, we see that these are biobanks which are at the medical universities with the research institutes and so on. What is the objective of our code? Obviously, this first objective is the objective which comes from the structure of the code. So we want to adjust GDPR issues to the practice of banking. So this is created for the public entities, and for us it was essential that this code is well reflected in quasi-legal entity. And this type of environment, this is the quality standards for biobanks, which are in line with ISO standards. So this code is also based on the standards, and it was okay. So in most of the biobanks which are in the Polish network, so we have information how these recommendations were made in this respect. When we talk about the layout of our code, you can see that this is similar to this European code. So here it embraces some principle, and there is some showing the GDPR regulations, so explanation which is translated into the practice of biobank. So once the biobank is meeting with this legal situation, and what can it do in such situations? We have a few options of solutions depending on what kind of biobank it is and what kind of problem we have, and how we can introduce some kind of procedures. At the moment there are 14 chapters. I am not going to cover all these chapters due to time constraints. I just would like to draw your attention to the fact that our code, apart from data processing resulting from GDPR, concerns also the data which are not regulated by GDPR, anonymous and died people. So why? Because in practice it is very difficult for us to say from the biobank decision whether this data which are processing, whether it is the data concerning person who is alive or who died. So we want to create a mechanism where the biobank is able to manage this data, even if there is no such information whether the person is alive or not. And now consent. Consent is a frightening element from the biobank point of view, and actually from everybody who runs the scientific research, not as a concrete project. So there are a lot of discussions, and I think that the consent is a mechanism that from the patient's point of view doesn't guarantee anything. As they give us, okay, they give us to sign that we are ready for operation, and we are not able to read with understanding, with that this cautious consent. This doctor gave us the information duty that we haven't read, so it doesn't guarantee the patient's rights. So this consent in this respect is only a formal thing for the data protection. So when we have to talk with the person who gives his or her samples, because this is the realistic thing to guarantee the rights to this person. When we talk about the consents, apart from these formal requirements which result from the rules of law, we have some mechanism, dynamic consent. We assume that when we have the consent using this system which enable to have contact again with the participant if he wants it, this makes it possible to decide what he or she agrees for and what doesn't, and not when he talks with depression. There is a queue, he's in a hurry, he wants to come back to work, and that's the situation. And I promise I am about to finish. The question of the objective. The objective is quite wide. At the stage of collecting samples, the way I think is this is we can narrow the objectives, because then we will collect samples which will not be able to be used. But when we talk about the objective as the element of consent, looking at it from the participant point of view, so this participant can evaluate what kind of activities he does not agree towards. So we are just not doing the broad consent, we just try to create a consent mechanism which will be flexible, so that they will be adjusted to the needs of concrete patient, concrete biobank. So if a patient is informed what kind of biobank activities, what is the specifics, we are not able to say that okay, we are going to make a research on marker A, but in 5 years' time that it is marker B. So coming back to these patients is absurd. So taking into account from their right protection, they will not be aware of what is the difference between marker A or then marker B. So we try our attention in the code, and we try to create this mechanism, to use this mechanism. So thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This was the last lecture at today's conference that was celebrating its 5th edition. This year we were starting 5 years ago as the GDPR in the healthcare system, and every year it was enjoying a very good, very high number of attendees, both physically and remotely. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance and interest. This shows how important is the subject of the personal data security in medical entities, and how to implement the GDPR regulation in Poland. And we also presented our code. The organizers of today's conference were Polish Federation of Hospitals, the Łazarski University, Data Lake, LuxMed, and the Wolters Kluwer's. Recording of this conference will be available at the www.rodozdrowie.pl. Once more, I'd like to express my thanks for your attendance, and see you again next year. Thank you very much.
razu podsumować.